ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties that were signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. And before we get underway, I'll just invite us to take a moment of quiet reflection, meditation, or prayer, please. Thank you very much. We'll come to order. And colleagues, we will begin with special community announcements and acknowledgements. And I will go to the board and look for any names of people wanting to ring in and make an announcement this morning. I'm not seeing any. Oh, I see Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ring in and thank staff for their snow clearing efforts. I'm finding really good work and really impressive. Most sidewalks clear already and stuff out there for my way to work. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, colleagues, could I have a motion to approve the minutes of January 13th, please? Moved by Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Cuddle. Any discussion on the minutes? Not seeing any. Do we have a show of hands for approval of the minutes? Hands up, colleagues, if you approve of the minutes. I don't quite have a winning vote yet. Okay, there we go. I think we got it now. Thank you. And then we'll move on to item 4, approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. And Mr. Clerk, I believe you have something for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that there are 5 requested additions today. These are 18.1, Councillor Deagle-Gammon, establishment of HRM Comfort Center policy. 18.2, Councillor White, residents via citizens in HRM mission statement. 17.6, personal matter. 17.7, personal matter. And 17.8, personal matter. I should also note that there is a requested deletion of item 17.4 property matter, and there is also a request at this time to defer item 15.2.1 Halifax International Airport Authority update to a future meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And colleagues, just looking for 17.4. Okay, good. We will so note that. And that brings us back to item 5, the consent agenda. There are 5 items today. The first is 15.1.1, HRM1 membership for parks and recreation facilities. 15.1.2, application for encroachment agreement, Downtown Halifax Business Commission sign. 15.1.3, Housing Trust of Nova Scotia contribution agreement amendment. 15.1.4, police extraordinary investigation reserve access criteria. 15.3.1, HRM Anti-Black Racism Grants Fiscal Year 2025 recommended awards. Colleagues, any discussion on the consent agenda? Not seeing any. May I have I guess we do this, yes, with there's a motion, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Kent. And colleagues, show of hands, please, in favor of. Okay. Okay. So I think, sure thing. Mr. Clerk, take the time you need and let us know when we're good to proceed. for the benefit of people watching on the channel, we're just waiting to reset the voting mechanism so that we can approve the order of business for the day's meeting. So, clerk's office to amend this, but they do know that's
That's for the order of business, Larry.
And we'll just continue to stand by while a technical difficulty is resolved. Well, then, while the technical difficulty is resolved, we're going to proceed with a hand vote. I was a little prescient on that after all, I guess. So, colleagues, those in favor of the consent agenda, please show of hands. And it's a unanimous vote, Mr. Clerk. Thank you very much. That brings us to business arising out of the minutes. I don't believe we have any of that. Colleagues, any declarations of conflicts of interest today? Seeing none. There are no motions of reconsideration. There are no motions of rescission. This brings us to item 10, consideration of deferred business. And this begins with item 10.1, Lake Watchers 2022-2024 update. And I understand that we do have a presentation on this today. And I think Chris Kennedy is in the room and some others. So please take the podium, and the floor is yours when you're ready. Thank you. Sure, why don't we do that, Councillor?
While Chris is setting up his PowerPoint, I'll put the motion on the floor, colleagues, that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, 1, direct staff to add the supervised beaches at Kidston Lake, Long Pond, Penhorn Lake, Albert Lake, Birch Cove, which is in Lake Manook, Lake Echo, Springfield Lake, and Kearney Lake to the naturalization program. And 2, direct staff to explore shoreline in lake green infrastructure options for addressing stormwater discharge locations within 100 meters of supervised beaches. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor St. Amand. And then Mr. Kennedy, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. All right, well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for this time to talk to you about the Lake Watchers program. So my name is Chris Kennedy, and I work on in the PFE, in the environment team within the PFE business unit, and my main role is as the Lake Watchers coordinator. So today I'm here to talk to you and relay some of the findings from the latest State of the Lakes report covering the years 2022 to 2024, and that's covering the first 3 years of the program. Don't have my slides up. I see them here. I've got it, thank you. Okay. So at its core, the Lake Watchers program is a community-based water quality monitoring program that engages and involves residents in lake stewardship. So volunteers are trained on how to use the sampling equipment and standardized sampling procedure before eventually being able to take on independent sampling. And so that's what you see here. We have workshops, in situ sampling of taking volunteers out onto lakes before eventually having volunteers able to do other work independently. And a consultant team is hired to complete any lakes that we don't have volunteers for. So the program was launched in the spring of 2022. And in that first round, we had the consultant team complete all the lakes just to get the program off the ground. But since then, we've seen enormous volunteer growth, something we're really proud of, growing from no volunteers in the spring of 2022 to more than half of the lakes being completed by volunteers by August of 2024. So that's something we're really proud of, and we really think it shows the importance that lakes have for people that live in our community. So here's a map showing the 70 plus lakes that we're currently monitoring. What I want to draw your attention to here is just that we're monitoring lakes from across the municipality. They're big, they're small, they're rural, they're more toward the core, and everything in between. And this is to develop a baseline data set so we can understand where lakes are right now. So this data will help us to understand where lakes are currently, but it'll also offer the opportunity through ongoing monitoring to detect concerning trends in advance. And this hopefully will give us the opportunity to enact proactive and adaptive solutions to head off these trends, rather than what are more often more costly reactive solutions after the fact. And so think Lake Binook and the annual aquatic weed harvesting program, for instance. So before I go any further, I really quickly want to bring up that lakes in our region go through an annual cycle. And really all I want you to take from this is that this annual cycle helps keep our lakes in balance with their environment, and it helps to move nutrients and oxygen through the lake on this annual cycle. The main thing that I want you to see here is it's driven by water density, and that's the important thing I want you to take from this. So the Lake Wizards program is looking for 3 key concerns for local lakes. These are eutrophication or nutrient enrichment, salinization or chloride enrichment, and finally bacterial contamination. These 3 things are not new issues. These are issues that occur, to urban and suburban lakes worldwide. And so it's not so much that these issues aren't well understood, it's how do we manage them in a Halifax context. So over the next few slides, I'm going to go over into more detail about what each of these are, what we're seeing in the first few years of the data and some of the current impacts. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll offer some practical solutions in the form of 2 recommendations. So the first is eutrophication, and this is the process of a lake becoming overly enriched with nutrients, and that's often phosphorus. So this over-nutrification can cause more plants and more algae to grow. It's not unlike fertilizing a plant or fertilizing your lawn. When you add fertilizer to something, it grows. So what we get with eutrophication is more nutrients causes more plants to grow, more algae, which can be toxic and harmful. And the nutrient pollution discourages recreational activities, the excessive weeds, the algae. It's not fun to swim in, it's not fun to paddle in. And so eutrophication can take a lake moving from very clear water to very green, algae-filled water, lots of plants. So where does all that nutrient come from? So there's natural nutrients, natural inputs to lakes. This is things like soil erosion or plant matter or wildlife droppings. So these things are relatively slow moving, and that natural lake cycling I talked about can handle it and keep lakes healthy. However, in urban environments, there's a lot of other inputs of nutrients that come through urban stormwater runoff. So there's some paved surfaces, collect nutrients, and anytime it rains in these areas, it can carry those nutrients to nearby lakes. And so it's not just things that come off paved surfaces, but also development sites. And you can see in the imagery, I have some sedimentation. And so even sedimentation events and that dirt making it to lakes carries nutrients to these lakes. So some of the current impacts we're seeing is that we're seeing more reports of excessive aquatic plant growth and algae growth, especially at supervised beaches. And you can see that in the imagery there. As well as we currently, as I mentioned earlier, have an annual contract for aquatic weed harvesting to protect the recreational value of Lake Binook and Lake Micmac. And you can see the vessel being installed there in the upper image. And there's one of the contractors holding up some of the weeds that get harvested from those lakes using that equipment. So some of the early trends we're getting from the eutrophication is that most lakes that we're monitoring are showing signs of nutrient enrichment. And we see strong evidence for this in the form of elevated chlorophyll levels. So this is telling us that there's more algae in the water column itself. We're also seeing deep water oxygen loss in that cool bottom layer, which allows for nutrient release from the bottom as well. So these are all signs of higher nutrient levels, and is highly associated with lakes moving from lower nutrients to higher nutrients. And of course, we are seeing more and more resident reports of more aquatic plant growth, which of course is a visual representation of those higher nutrient levels. Okay, so moving from the first key concern to the second is salinization. And this is the process of a freshwater lake becoming saltier over time, and it's commonly measured using chloride. So this is a problem because adding salt increases the density of water, And so as salts build up in a lake over time, this can interfere with that natural lake mixing cycle, which I have on the right-hand side of the screen there. And as that's a density-driven process, adding salt to that can interfere with that process. Not only that, but high levels of chloride are toxic to freshwater life, the fish, the animals that live in the water. And so we have federal guidelines for long and short-term exposure to chloride, and those are there at the bottom. It's 120 milligrams for long-term exposure exceeding 7 days, and 640 milligrams for shorter-term, 1 day, 24-hour events. And so where does all the salt come from? That's not a big one. The salt comes from salt. It's largely coming from winter salting to maintain winter driving safety. And so, now that we're in a winter storm today, and over the last few weeks, we've seen images like I have put here, where once the snow melts, all that salt quickly ends up in the storm system, where it is very quickly deposited to the nearest lake. And so salt ends up in our lakes, and so it's not so surprising that we have a pretty clear link between lakes with elevated chloride being located in some of the more developed parts of the city. So between 2022 and 24, we've identified 9 lakes that had chloride levels that were averaged above that federal guideline for long-term exposure, and 5 lakes that were exceeding that federal guideline on every single monitoring event. So these are lakes that are located in places with a lot of paved surfaces that require a lot of salting to maintain winter driving safety, and there's relatively little natural land cover in their watersheds. And so nearly all the water that falls near them lands on pavement, lands on parking lots, streets, roadways, and carries those pollutants, salt included, to lakes. And so that's why we see such a high concentration of chloride in some of these more urban lakes. And beyond those first 9, you can see there's quite a few quickly getting closer to that federal guideline. Okay, so finally, we'll move to bacterial contamination. This refers to the presence of microorganisms that can be in the water that will cause illness to humans. And it's assessed by looking for E. coli. So E. coli is a naturally occurring bacteria that's in the guts of you, me, and animals everywhere. And so because these are lakes, there is always going to be some amount of E. coli. Often it will be low. Now, recognizing this, Health Canada provides a recreational guideline for swimming in lakes. And so that guideline is at the bottom there. And that's 235 CFU per 100 milliliters. So CFU is colony forming units. So it's basically live bacteria cells. And so by Health Canada standards, if we test the water and we find below 235, we deem it safe to swim. If we find 235 or higher, we deem it unsafe to swim. And that's what we use for our supervised beach monitoring programs, to issue water quality advisory programs, or issue water quality advisories. So really quickly, where does the bacteria come from that gets to lakes? It can come from wildlife waste, and that's one of the ones that we are uniquely looking at. So some level of wildlife waste at lakes is natural, like I said, but large and open mowed spaces around beaches and parks that are on lakes can encourage those waterfowl to congregate, sometimes be fed, which can magnify their impact in exactly the places that we want to have people swimming. Leaking and undersized septic, as well as improperly disposed pet waste can allow for E. coli to make it to lakes. And of course, the stormwater runoff can carry all kinds of things to lakes, including organic matter, which can feed E. coli and other harmful pathogens. So, the early trends from bacterial contamination are, despite the dramatic increase in beach closures and water quality advisories we've seen at supervised beaches recently, we've seen very little detected E. coli through the Lake Watchers program. Only 8 out of 760 samples were above that 235 CFU, so unsafe to swim, and the vast majority were undetectable at all. So I'll draw your attention to the 2 pie charts, one showing springtime detection rates and summertime detection rates. So E. coli was detected much more often during the summer. This is warmer water, of course. And so you'll see that green is not detected at all, and that's below the detectable level, below the detectable level for the lab. And in the springtime, about 3/4 of all samples are below detectable. And in the summertime, you can see that switch where we get about 3/4 are detectable, but below that guideline. And finally, the nearshore sampling locations had consistently higher E. coli counts than mid-lake sampling locations, suggesting that the sources of contamination are land-based, and that's where we're seeing most of the contamination in the shallow waters near shore. So this has led to 2 recommendations this year. The first is to direct staff to add the supervised beaches at Kidston Lake, Penhorn Lake, Albro Lake, Birch Cove, Lake Echo, Springfield Lake, and Kearney Lake to the naturalization strategy. Apologies, I've lost my sheets. So the thinking here is that the municipality's naturalization strategy can be employed to improve water quality at these supervised beach sites, and that by adding these beach sites to the naturalization strategy will allow parks to incorporate them into their annual planning. So there are existing pilot projects like this at Birch Cove and at Penhorn Lake, and they're showing promising results by reducing shoreline erosion, in intercepting stormwater runoff, but importantly, deterring congregating waterfowl. And it's through projects like this that the municipality can both improve water quality at supervised beaches, but also set a positive example for responsible shoreline management. And the second recommendation is to direct staff to explore shoreline and in-lake green infrastructure options for addressing stormwater discharge locations with 100 meters of supervised beaches. So currently at several supervised beaches, there are stormwater locations discharging what I would call polluted stormwater directly beside places that we're encouraging residents to swim. And so this recommendation is intended to address that and intercept and hopefully treat some of this with green infrastructure solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we do have some names popping up on the board here. We'll start with Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chris, thanks for the presentation. And more importantly, thank you for this work. This is extremely important work. Colleagues, you may or may not be aware of it, but there was a point in time where we used to monitor the lake quality on a regular basis, and a former CAO killed that program, saying lakes are the responsibility of the province, which that CAO was correct. However, the danger, and the question I'll be asking Chris is, you know, if we don't monitor our lakes, what's the danger of not monitoring our lakes?
Thank you for the question, and through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. The danger through not monitoring is simply just not knowing what's happening. And so, I mean, you can't manage what you're not monitoring. So if you don't know what's happening, we can't employ things to try to intercept or change or alter the effects of things we're doing. So that would be the danger through not monitoring, is we can't manage what we are not monitoring.
When you look at, you know, it's quite evident from your presentation, you know, our lakes are stressed. Our lakes are stressed because of development. Our lakes are stressed because of, you know, runoff of the road, and especially this time of year with salt, as Chris mentioned in his presentation. And our lakes are stressed because of climate change. These are all things that are stressing our lakes. And, you know, where Councillor Austin and I are responsible for in Dartmouth, we are the city of lakes, but it's not just Dartmouth. This is lakes all over our municipality. So this work is extremely important. In your professional opinion, how important is to have, as we suggested or recommended in our regional plan, that 30-meter setback for all development from lakes? How important is that in your professional opinion?
To Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, in my professional opinion, I think that's probably the single simplest and largest thing you could do to protect surface water quality, lake water quality in a broad spectrum. You know, maintaining those riparian buffers and having that space is exactly what these recommendations I've made are intending to try to restore, is to put riparian buffer back where we've removed it previously. So by maintaining a riparian buffer, you maintain water quality. It's the biggest thing you could do. So
totally surprising to me, where our colleagues of the province have chosen to push back on that when we put that in the regional plan. Now that's still coming back, as staff is looking at that. So when we did submit our regional plan, that wasn't part of it the second time around. But, you know, it is surprising to me that the province chooses to prevent us from putting into place that 30-meter setback. So finally on this, Chris, again, this work is so important. You know, where does the funding come from this program? Where does the funding come from when you have to hire consultants, we don't have enough volunteers? And by the way, thank you to all the volunteers. people that live or use the lakes, they step up and they want to help, and it's amazing when I speak to our residents that are monitoring, and the guidance from Chris and the team is amazing. So where does the funding coming from, this Lake Watchers program, and when you have to spend money on consultants, where does that come from? Do you know?
My understanding is that through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, first I'd like to say I'd be remiss not to thank all the volunteers that I work with directly. It's a privilege and a joy to work with everyone and to do the work I get to do. So I do want to say that. Secondly, the funding comes through our capital funding account. So it's, our operating funding account.
Yeah. I think you're getting a friend coming up.
Yeah.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma Waddy. I'm the manager of environment with Environment and Climate Change. Lake Watchers is funded through our operating budget. So that's the consulting fees and the lab fees. All that happens through our operating budget year to year. And then some of the kind of action that we see from Lake Watchers, like the implementation from the data, some of those projects are funded through capital, through Halifax funding, but the Lake Watchers itself is operating.
Yeah, so some of that action is through Halifax funding, and that's the point I was trying to get to. Colleagues, if we do cut back the Halifax funding by 1/3, we don't know what that means, but it potentially could mean an impact to this program. So just be aware of that. Chris and Emma, thank you so much for the work that you guys do. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the great report, the great presentation. It's wonderful to see so much attention going into this work. Just a question on your slide. When you had the motion for the lakes that were included, I didn't see Long Pond on that list, but it is in this report, and I just want to confirm that Long Pond is indeed on the list.
Through Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, yeah, I see that, and that was a typo on my part in my presentation. It is included in the recommendation. My apologies.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. So, the other, there's so many moving parts to this, right? Because the lake isn't always just an entity unto itself. It's part of an interconnected ecosystem that, has a storm, like a watershed that goes into rivers, that go into lakes, that go into rivers, into other lakes and other places. And, it's the whole system really that's getting stressed. And sometimes the sources of those pollutants are very far removed from the lake itself. When I think about Williams Lake, for example, which is one of the lakes being monitored, the storm waters being collected up on Herring Cove Road and goes through an underground culvert into a stream, into another culvert, and eventually ends up in the lake. And so, finding the sources of pollution, and even though we might not be salting right next to the lake, there's a lot of salt coming through the surrounding systems. And like when you talk about volunteers, Williams Lake did a great job at one point in taking the water that was coming through the ditches and putting it through. They created like a little maze for the water to go through a wetland before going into the lake to try to remove pollutants. But we've been very focused in our infrastructure on managing the quantity of water and not the quality of water. And so I'm wondering, like, the naturalization steps that we're doing, those are great, and I've seen them in action in other cities and other places and other municipalities around Nova Scotia, and I'm glad to see we're doing that work here. But what about that other step in the stormwater management? Like how, when you say that you see a stormwater system emptying into a lake, often, sometimes near swimming areas, like what's the solution to that? How are you going to work with Halifax Water? Like, are we working with Halifax Water on some of those issues right now?
Through Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, yes and no. I mean, Halifax Water is responsible for the stormwater system, and so they currently don't have any mandate from the province to do any treating for stormwater. So one of our recommendations last year was to have the mayor write a letter to the province to encourage them to get on with it. They've said that they would release stormwater quality standards by 2026, and so now we're here, and so we're waiting for those. So we've requested them and issued our support for those as a municipality. But until the province provides a mandate for stormwater quality standards, then Halifax Water has no mandate to spend any money to do that kind of work.
Right, and that's the connectivity piece we need to understand, because if they don't have the mandate, then they can't apply for a rate to pay for doing that work. And so it's, you know, it's not that Halifax Water wouldn't do it. They're not able to without the mandate and without the funds to support the work. One last question quickly about nutrients. The nutrients coming into the lakes, is part of that to do with fertilizers and you know, for lawns and for gardens? And do we have education campaigns around that now? I remember many years ago there was a big push about, you know, bringing awareness to lawn fertilizers and the impacts on lakes, and in some provinces, lawn fertilizers within a watershed are banned or restricted. So I'm just wondering, is there anything like that going on here now to try to get the nutrients down?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, nothing that we're doing directly to reach out to residents to talk about fertilizers. You know, it's a conversation I have with the folks that I work with all the time and people I run into, but we have no program, specifically education program for residents regarding fertilizer use around lakes, no.
Right. Well, maybe that's something that we need to look at again, because it is, you know, an educational campaign that I think would have some value.
I just, through the mayor to the deputy mayor, just to add, there are several nonprofits and local organizations that do have programs like Love Your Lake, and where experts go around with locals who live on the lake and kind of explain some of those opportunities to reduce fertilizer use or runoff directly into the lake. So there are some educational programs out there, just not HRM run ones.
All right. Can have another offline discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for all the work on this. Very much appreciated. And, you know, I appreciate all the engagement and passion that this group brings to this, along with, you know, Tracy over in Parks, our naturalization coordinator. It's an area that, with not a whole lot, we've achieved quite a bit in terms of projects. It's amazing what adding one or two people can sometimes do in terms of initiatives. And I look forward to, like, Albro. I know we've been working and discussing that one. It's a lake that's had a high rate of closures over the years, and you know what we can do to naturalize that shoreline and maybe improve that, especially given the community around it. You're talking some of the lower income portions of our community and people who don't necessarily have the freedom to just hop in a car and drive out to a more pristine lakes out in rural HRM. So very much looking forward to that project. I wanted to ask about salt, especially very pertinent today as winter operations have been busy the last 2 days. Do we have, I know it's not your group, but I've asked this down at Environment, do we have a ETA on the winter works report?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe that's coming later this year. I spoke with the director of operations earlier this month, and I think that's expected. They just received the first review from consultants of the report, and it'll be coming later this year.
Okay, I look forward to that, because I mean, the Lake Watcher is proving its worth in terms of if you test something, you get data, and then when you have data, you have to face sometimes difficult truths from that data. And to have so many of our urban lakes at a point where they're not temporarily elevated in salt but are permanently elevated in salt beyond what the guidelines for aquatic life are means we have a problem and have to change up how we're doing things in some way, whether that's the kind of stormwater retrofits or whether that's changing how we, you know, whether or not it's other alternatives are needed in those streets that drain in. But we clearly have to do something, and I think in the Winter Works report, I'm very much hoping that that reality is not glossed over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Emma and Chris, for the work that you're doing. Volunteers in our communities have taken quite a trend of large dip, certainly for a long time, and specifically through COVID. So it's really encouraging to hear the uptick on that, and your engagement with it is critically important for continuing to keep them motivated and inspired and those kinds of things, as volunteers need that. So thank you for all of that you're doing in that regard, because we know you're doing it without talking about it, right? Couple of things for you though to help me understand what I'm looking at. Help me understand a little more about what you're saying in relation to the in-lake green infrastructure. What does that really look like? If, for examples, for anyone who might be reading this, including myself, I'm wondering about the chart that we have in the report, which shows in 2024, including all of those, we have a lot of lakes that are really high, at least, and I know you're saying in the report that it trends, but consistently a number of them, one being Russell Lake in District 3, so I can point to that, but help me understand the rationale for directing these specific lakes to be added to the naturalization, and maybe some of them already are, I don't know, but just help me understand that if someone were looking at it, why would they see this list on recommendation but not those that are appearing to be high? The last thing I would like to just echo for us is Councillor Cuddle's talking around the stormwater that comes from development, and maybe this is for the CAO because it's more about development. The runoff can be miles away from where it originated, and subsequently, and Russell Lake is a really great example, over the last few years we have had the lake almost entirely brown for weeks, not just a day or two to get back to where it's resolved, but weeks of that kind of runoff can really do a lot of damage and create a lot of I guess it's called the nutrients is what ends up happening, right? And so I just wanted to put a point on that, because I think we need to get better at I know that they worked hard with the province, for instance, on the Russell Lake, and I know Russell Lake situation. But if we can put a little more energy to the stormwater management side when we are approving these developments, or in this case, it was a little rough, I have to admit, because this was an approved a special spot from the Southdale area where the province approved one of the developments that was contributing to it. But we need to be, I think, hyper vigilant if we're going to have the kind of stewardship that we have, the work that you're doing. We have other departments that are also able to come to the table, I believe, and we have to look at it from that high level when it comes to the sediment that's coming through stormwater. So if you could help me understand so that's just a point that I'm putting on it, no response necessary. So the chart, link, and the green infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you. And through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, in-lake shoreline restoration would be primarily be putting plants back where they've been taken out. So, mostly this thing's to intercept the stormwater that's coming right out of a pipe and just slow it down, for one, because velocity can really stir up bottom sediments, but hopefully intercept and prevent some of it from ever getting to the lake and infiltrating some of it into the ground. So it's usually, in a large part, it's mostly restoring what has been lost. We're putting back vegetation where we've taken it out. That's primarily what that is. The 8 sites were selected for the naturalization program are all supervised beach sites. So that's why they were selected, as they're the place where we're already directing residents, to go swimming. And so they're the places that we'd like to try these allied low impact development and green infrastructure solutions first, as they are the places that we're investing. We are investing through parks there, and so it's the place where we'd like to invest to improve water quality first.
Okay.
And I do want to comment just on the development runoff. A lot of times that development runoff is a major source of nutrients to lakes, and it is kind of seen as kind of unstoppable. But all these developments put in sediment and erosion control plans. But there isn't a lot of inspection on those, and a lot of times once it rains, they don't get repaired or corrected, and so it may be the case that more inspection could improve something like that.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm out, so I'm going to come back.
Thanks very much. Councillor Morris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chris and Emma. Just such valuable work that you're doing to, engage the volunteers and do the coordination required to prevent problems, or at least try to adapt a little bit faster than we have been in the past. So thank you for all you're doing. I just really happy to see Kearney Lake added. It's a very intensively used beach for, residents, and also the lake is used a lot for competitive canoeing and racing and that sort of thing. So really happy to see it added. I'm just wondering, you've talked a little bit about what you're going to do to try to reduce the problems from stormwater. But in that particular example, I'm wondering if you could say a little bit about, you've got a road running really right alongside a long, narrow lake. You've got a whole lot of stormwater pipes emptying quite close to the beach. There's not a lot of shoreline left there to naturalize. So in situations like that, which I don't think are uncommon, what can be done to address the problems that you're talking about?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, in situations like Kearney Lake where the road is so close, there's limited things that we can do on that roadside. Something that's going good for Kearney Lake is that the opposite side of the lake is mostly natural cover, and so unlike some of the other lakes that you saw that are have routinely high levels of chloride, all the water that goes to those lakes are primarily coming from roads. Very little of that's ever falling on a forest and percolating into the ground. And so, Kearney Lake is benefiting from all that natural land cover, and so it has that going for it. In terms of what could be done on the roadside, there are some solutions that could be done in the stormwater system. I'm not a stormwater expert or work for Halifax Water, obviously, but catch basins are the kind of the bare minimum in terms of what can be done. And so a lot of that water that is making it through that system, more retention could be added to that system. And lastly, I'll mention that we are running a pilot project installing floating wetlands along that roadside. They're currently residing in the reaches of Little Kearney Lake, just above Kearney, currently kind of growing, getting big, and they'll be installed next spurt this spring in the near that beach side, near some of those culvert outfalls. Yeah.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And back to Councillor Kent, please.
Yes. Thank you. Very quickly. So when we talk about the lake watchers and the health of the lake, one of the recurring issues that we have in our populated areas is the number of private property ownership that are removing vegetation from the shoreline where within a buffer that we know they're not supposed to. It's very hard to manage it. Someone else in public has to step up and say they've done it, or they've caught them done it, or doing it, and then go to court and all those things. So what has there been any discussion within your group around the Lake Watchers, volunteers and such, that have found concerns related to those kinds of properties? Because I can think of, again, I'll go back to Russell Lake or Morris Lake, the number of folks that have really just taken it upon themselves to create their own piece of heaven, and I get it. They're on a beautiful lake, but it just helped me understand in those situations how much of that property might be contributing to a lot of our concerns in the lake.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, clearing a lawn down to the lakeshore is definitely detrimental to the lake. Obviously, without anything to intercept runoff, a lot of things anytime it rains do get to deposit directly into the lake. One thing to take into consideration is the size and depth of a lake. That makes a big difference. Smaller, shallower lakes have less water, so it takes less pollutant of any kind to start showing an impact. So, one property on a lake is probably not going to be a big deal, broadly speaking, but, of course, that's not often what we see, so there can be an impact from, there is an impact from people removing the riparian vegetation along their lake shore. The primary way to deal with it, though, at least through is through education. There's not a lot of enforcement, obviously, and so it's primarily through neighbor to neighbor education. But there are, as Emmett stated earlier, there are a number of nonprofit groups that do this kind of work locally. Specifically, Love Your Lake does exactly this type of work, and they're running a pilot program, I think, in the Lake Thomas area this summer. Engaging with residents and talking about this stuff. So I'm hopefully collaborating with them on that, and we can expand that to other lakes moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that they're all still quite active. So I think they're effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for the emails regarding Kennard Pond, which has been closed with blue-green algae and is a concern. And, thank you for, discussing the water level issue, and that we're going to wait and see what happens with the dam if that problem resolves itself. But if not, I'm assuming it could be a candidate in future years for some remediation.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, yes. I mean, once the dam at the outlet of
Williams Lake,
is corrected or repaired, we're hoping to see an improvement of water flow between Kennard Pond and Williams Lake, and so that hopefully will improve the water quality there. If that's not the case, if we see that the blue-green algae problem persists, then it will be a candidate for that same naturalization program, where we'll hope to improve some of the shoreline to prevent some of that issue. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. And I also just want to echo Councillor Kent's comments about construction runoff. That's certainly an issue that we're seeing around Spryfield and in particular around Roche's Pond, which has a classification of, I don't know if it's a pond or a wetland, but I was kind of surprised to learn that it may not be protected by any buffer if it's a wetland, even though there's a pond there. And, when I look at a water body like that, that is feeding into the McIntosh Run, that brings up a lot of concerns, particularly around the silt and just what we do in general with clear cutting the trees, stripping all the topsoil, blasting all the rock. It is having a significant impact on water courses and water bodies and wetlands. So that too is a concern. Thank you.
Okay, no more names on the list. Chris and Emma, thank you very much for a great presentation and for all the work behind it that you do throughout the year. Very much appreciated. Thanks. Question has been called. And the motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, this brings us to item 10.2, first reading of proposed bylaw T1008, respecting the regulation of taxis, accessible taxis, limousines, and transportation network companies, also known as TNCs. And colleagues will remember that at the previous council meeting, I moved the motion and it was seconded by Councillor Steele. I then moved the deferral of the item until this council meeting. And I would then like to ask Deputy Mayor to swap seats with me so that I could open our discussion with a few remarks. And I'll ask you, Deputy Mayor, to stay in the chair for the entirety of the item, okay?
Again, are we, okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Yes, so we're on item 10.2, first reading respecting bylaw T1008. And Mr. Mayor, would you like to put that on the floor?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. The motion is on the floor, so I'm just going to proceed with some comments and then pose make a proposal to. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you. So the motion is on the floor, and that seems in order, Mr. Clerk. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So, colleagues, at our last meeting, we agreed to defer this item, and the reason I asked for that was that I was concerned that the proposed changes could increase both costs for drivers and for riders, while at the same time putting a significant burden on HRM staff. Under the current framework that exists today, TNC drivers or the transportation company drivers already meet the same documentation requirements as taxi drivers. The only difference is that this information is submitted to the TNC operator, so the parent companies like URide, Uber, or Lyft, rather than directly to HRM, as is the case with taxis. So this raises an important question. Would licensing TNC drivers directly create additional work and costs without delivering any meaningful change to reality or to public safety? So before introducing new requirements, I think we should strengthen oversight by using the mechanisms that we already have in hand. These are tools that many other municipalities and jurisdictions already rely on. And one of those tools is already existing. It's HRM's authority to audit TNCs to verify driver compliance, which is an authority that's not yet been exercised at HRM, even though we have it. This approach is already used by other jurisdictions, including the entire province of British Columbia, municipalities of Toronto, Ottawa, Saskatoon, Oshawa, Waterloo, Winnipeg, and others. So shifting to direct licensing of TNC drivers would require thousands of drivers that are out there today to apply in person for vehicle for hire licenses within a 60-day window. So just imagine that burden on staff. In this context, added administrative requirements have real downstream impacts for both drivers and riders. For many drivers, TNC work provides supplemental income. The additional time and cost requirements might make driving less attractive, which could reduce driver availability, result in longer wait times, and higher costs for riders, especially during peak periods. To put this in perspective, only 4 staff currently oversee licensing across all categories of licensing in HRM. An influx of applications in this scale, thousands as I've said, would almost certainly create a significant backlog or require more staff. These delays would extend beyond vehicle for hire licenses, slowing licensing processes across the municipality, affecting broader business activity in HRM. Examples are sidewalk patios, all vendor licenses, dog licenses. There's quite a list. Colleagues, this happens to be Red Tape Awareness Week, a timely reminder that governments should be reducing regulatory burden and making it easier to do business, not harder. It's important to also recognize that only 4 jurisdictions in Canada use the TNC licensing directly that is proposed by staff, making this approach nearly the exception, not the norm. One of those 4 municipalities, the Niagara region, which has licensed TNC drivers directly since 2021, is now considering moving away from that model after a bylaw review found it outdated, duplicative, misaligned with surrounding municipalities. So this example underscores the risks of locking ourselves into a regulatory model that may quickly become outdated and points to the importance of collaboration in identifying a more effective path forward. We've heard from TNC companies who have expressed interest in collaborating with the municipality and participating in a working group along HRM staff to collectively work on a better path forward. I would also be interested in including the taxi industry in this discussion. The collaboration that this opportunity provides is a constructive path forward, allowing us to assess best practices from other jurisdictions by examining training, audit, compliance models alongside both TNC and taxi industries. We should take up this offer and pursue a balanced, practical solution, one that allows us to move towards enhanced oversight in a thoughtful and a coordinated way before changing how TNCs operate in our region. For these reasons, I ask that we defeat the main motion, and I plan to move Alternative 1 with an amendment that will ask staff, working alongside TNC operators and the taxi industry, to review best practices from across Canada, particularly around training, audits, approaches to licensure, and compliance, and report back with recommendations on how HRM can strengthen oversight in a practical, collaborative, and coordinated way. Deputy Mayor, I have a motion that if I have time, I could read.
We don't have time, but if you put the motion on the floor.
Okay, let's do that then.
Get some more time there.
Okay, I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a report and recommendation with input from a temporary working committee composed of representatives from the Halifax Regional Municipality, TNC operators, and the taxi industry to review the municipality's public policy objectives against the best practices from across Canada, with a particular focus on training, audit, approaches to licensure, and compliance models used by municipal and provincial regulators. Thank you.
So it would be my understanding, just for confirmation, I think it would be helpful to share the wording of the potential amendment to the alternative. Having said that, it would be necessary procedurally, I believe, to defeat the recommendation on the floor first, and then to consider the alternative.
Okay, so let's have the debate on the original motion. And Mr. Mayor, if you want to call for the question after the debate on that, then we can put forward another motion. Does that make sense? Okay. So, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll just be very brief. I have no issue looking at other alternatives, seeing where we go. I have a question for staff, but I will just comment that we heard from folks in the TNC industry. We heard from folks in the taxi industry. We heard from many TNC drivers who said, that's fine. You know, the regulation to have them register directly with HRM was fine by them. In fact, many of them said that they thought there should be much more regulation with TNCs, even though they were TNC drivers. The biggest thing that I took away from those hundreds of emails was just the abominable compensation that they get. Many of them reported on earning way less than $10 an hour, which I think is unconscionable. You know, and you know, I'll put my bias against companies like Uber, whose shareholders include people like BlackRock and others, and big Trump supporters. But you know, regardless, the idea that we'll have people picking up passengers in HRM meeting two different criteria. And I'm not entirely sure it's the same criteria because we don't have access to their data yet. So my question for staff is, this audit function that we can perform with them, is it on a driver by driver basis, or can we just say, give us a list of every single driver you have with all of their documentation so that we can verify that they're meeting that criteria that you say they're meeting and that we lay out that they must meet?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor. My name is Stephen Berkman. I'm the acting manager of licensing standards right now. My understanding is we can audit all their paperwork. So if they go through and submit their criminal record check, driver's abstract, we can ask for the original copies of those.
So we can ask for every single driver, all of that documentation. Is there a reason why we haven't done that?
To date, I don't know. I just took over this role recently, so I can't speak to practices. However, since I have taken over, I did notice that there were some lacking in reporting. So they're supposed to be reporting to us on a monthly basis, all the drivers they add and dismiss from their platform. We have not received that, to my knowledge, ever. I have issued a letter to the companies that they need to start doing that, and they seem cooperative at this point.
Okay. I'll see what others say. I mean, again, I'm open to anything we want to do. I don't want to add red tape, but I also want to be assured that the safety of our residents are paramount and that we confirm that these folks have the same training, licenses, and crit checks that the taxi drivers who do it directly with HRM have. So thank you, colleagues.
All right, thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you to staff for the work on this. You know, my starting point on this tends to be, I mean, whenever there's money involved in a profit-making motive, you never lack. And this is not a slight against any one person. This is a human problem. You never lack for poor behavior, right? Like there's always. I mean, you can find scads of examples out there where, well, company A has taken advantage or cut corners to save money. I mean, that is a human failing of our system. And so my starting point tends to be, well, we as the public, as the regulator, we're the ones who have to kind of square that, right? To just kind of trust companies to potentially act in the public interest against their own financial interest is maybe a little naive. I'd like to ask staff, because the mayor referenced, like we're going to get swamped and not be able to manage, the burden of all these applications. What is our plan? Like, if this goes ahead, like, how are we going to manage licensing a flood of new applications?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So part of the recommendations in this report is instead of doing in-person applications, they would go all online. And I've already checked with our IT department for that software, and there is no limitations for applications being capped anywhere. So as many as people want to apply, they can. We have a 60-day licensing period for the current TNC drivers that are out there. But if that's not enough time for them to submit their application, have us approve it, we would have the authority to extend that out. So if there was a TNC driver and they didn't have everything in the 60 days, they can still drive for that company, and we just continue on the process until we have the application in. So they're not being penalized for the application process.
So we have the online capacity to accept applications.
Yes.
And we can stagger this flow in to match our capacity. That's what I'm kind of hearing.
And we do have staff capacity to do that as well.
Okay, so we've thought about that. Just the basic idea, like where's our feeling coming from from a staff point of view over that we should take in these applications versus the current situation? I mean, to me, it was always about squaring things with the taxi industry, but where did we come from how did we land on this recommendation?
So when the bylaw was created regarding the TNCs, we only had one at that time. So now we have three. And now that we have three TNCs operating and potentially more as we go on, that creates some more issues. So if we have one particular driver with one TNC and they're removed from that platform, because we don't license drivers, we don't get that information.
So they could turn around and go to Lyft instead of Uber?
They could go to another one, and unless we have that licensing information, we have to wait for say, the audit to happen. But the auditing is essentially the same thing as licensing, but we don't get the income or revenue from it. So then there's that gap between the platforms. Also with the licensing of it, we're reducing the burden on the TNCs themselves. So right now they got to check, I believe it's about 6 pieces of documents to verify that the driver is acceptable. Going forward, they just need one. They just need the vehicle for hire license, and then that will allow them to operate for any of the TNCs, a taxi, a limousine. They can float between whatever they choose to drive for.
Okay, I'm almost out of time. I'll ask you one more question. If a TNC driver currently applying to one of the ride share companies would have to provide criminal records check, all that kind of stuff. Is there anything additional that they would have to provide to us that they are not currently having to go get?
2 things. One is the English test, and the other one is our bylaw knowledge.
That's it, right?
That's it. And once you do the English test and the bylaw knowledge, that's a one and done.
Are there costs to that? Or is that wrapped up in the license fee?
So the English test is wherever they decide to go and get that. Some of the TNC drivers now are actually licensed taxi drivers, so that wouldn't even apply to them. The knowledge test itself, we pay for the course, so we pay for all the drivers to take the course. They only pay for the exam.
How much is that?
$35.
Okay.
And then they only have to do that once. After that, it is just the $100 every 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and good questions. Thanks for those answers. If it's such a good idea, though, why isn't every municipality across Canada regulating TNCs? We've heard there's only about 4 right now, and one of them is looking to reverse that decision because it doesn't seem to make sense. So I'll be supporting the mayor's proposition here to defeat the motion and to ask for more collaboration, I guess, with these TNC companies. These are international companies. They know how to regulate their drivers, and we have the ability to make sure that that is the case. And with a monthly reporting obligation that you've said that you've reached out to them to remind them to say that this is a necessity. Hopefully there'll be compliance there, and that will solve all of these problems without bringing in under the umbrella of HRM the regulatory burden. So some of the little points here that I have for why this isn't a good idea. Number 1, redundant regulation adds no public benefit. Rideshare companies are already regulated through provincial laws, insurance requirements, vehicle safety standards, and company-level oversight. Creating a Halifax-specific regulatory layer does not meaningfully improve safety or accountability. It simply duplicates rules that already exist. When regulation does not solve a new problem, it becomes bureaucracy for its own sake. So we have to ask, what problem are we solving? If we're not solving a problem, then it doesn't make sense. More red tape reduces transportation options. Municipal level regulation typically introduces additional licensing, reporting, and compliance requirements. This discourages drivers from participating, reduces service availability, and increases wait times, particularly during peak hours, major events, or late nights. And residents end up with fewer choices, not better choices. And this would directly impact our residents. Costs will be passed directly to residents. Any new fees, permits, or inspections or administrative costs imposed by Halifax will not be absorbed by the rideshare companies. They will be passed on to riders through higher fares and to drivers through higher operating costs. And in our cost of affordability crisis, that is not a good option. Municipal regulation creates fragmentation and confusion. Resources should be focused on real municipal priorities. So administering, enforcing, and updating a rideshare regulatory regime requires staff time, enforcement capacity, and ongoing oversight. These resources would be better spent improving public transit, road safety, accessibility, and core municipal services that only Halifax can provide. And last, innovation thrives with light, outcome-based oversight. So ride sharing has improved mobility, reduced impaired driving risks, and it fills the gaps in our transit and in our taxi industry. Over-regulating a flexible, technology-driven service risks freezing it into outdated models. Halifax should encourage innovation, not constrain it with rules designed for traditional taxi systems. So I believe that the mayor's option for collaboration on this is very helpful, and I'll be supporting his proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The topic of taxis has been around this chambers for many decades in one form or another. Seems like a cat bylaw was more popular than the taxis at sometimes. I'm getting very frustrated. I've always said in the past, we should be out of the taxi business altogether. Let the province regulate public transportation like they do for public carriers like bus services and stuff like that outside of transit services. But since we do have the taxi service here, I think there should be a level playing field. why should the TNC have an advantage over our taxi drivers? You know, in the past we talked about changing the outdated taxi service from medallions to some other things for a service or license, whatever. But we just want to simplify our taxi license regime and have it equal and comparable for everyone. Our biggest concern about taxis have been the public security issues. We've had too many sexual assaults and other complaints such as that in the past, and we want to make sure that we had criminal records checks and everything else done for the drivers. We want to make sure they're adequate insurance coverage as everything else for any potential accidents they may be in, and should a client be injured, what liability, what insurance, what risk coverage do they have? You know, the TNCs, you know, Lyft and Uber and all these other things, you know, I'm hoping they can be said to be held to the same standard, but we don't know. We don't see their documentation. They don't provide it to us. I think they should be. And until that time, you know, if the mayor's motion should pass and let them to come to the table and probably come to a compromise or some kind of arrangement, I'm prepared to leave lion dogs as they are. Let them be treated equally as our taxi drivers are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. I have a few questions. I'll start with training. There was a training aspect for taxis as well, and I think we were going to require that training of the TNC drivers. Can you speak to the training? So I want to delve a little deeper into being removed from one TNC company and perhaps beginning to drive for another and the tracking possibilities. I think you're not able to do that tracking. And then the other question is, how many drivers are there? How many TNC drivers are there out there? And then, you know, when you, and you know, I've used Uber, I've used taxis all my life, and HRM, as well as used Uber here in Halifax and in other cities. And I like the convenience of Uber. But, you know, you see the picture on the phone, but, you know, there's no license in the car, no visible license in the car, I don't think. So just wondering about some of those things. Yeah, and one of the other things that struck me with a lot of the correspondence that we received, there was a lot of focus on the $135. And, you know, I found that, you know, couldn't you just charge a little tiny bit more for all your fares? Like, it didn't seem like an onerous amount. It didn't seem like it was hugely expensive, even for someone who's a part-time driver. So I found that number, I guess the 100 you have to pay every 2 years, and the 35 was a one-time fee. But it didn't seem like that number was huge. There was a lot of the letters, I did wonder where they came from, if they came from, you know, Haligonians or people from HRM, or if they came from, you know, other countries, if they came from one spot. I was a bit curious about some of that. I will say there were a lot of letters, and the last thing I want to do is, you know, give, you know, cause residents to have to pay more for things. But I think we, as HRM, we also have some responsibilities around safety for our residents, since, as Councillor Hensby said, we're in this business. So maybe you can respond to some of these things.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor. I'll try to do my best. For the training, so right now, if you're a taxi or a limousine driver, we have training through one of our training partners where that goes over code of conduct, ethics, and what they can or cannot do in the bylaw. So part of the recommendations is if TNCs get licensed, they would have to take that knowledge test as well, so that they're familiar with the rules and regulations that we require of our drivers.
Can I just ask clarity on that? And is that normally in-person training, or is it also available digitally or virtually?
That's all online.
Okay, it's all online. And then you just do the little online test.
There's a test that's done online as well.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thanks. Okay.
From removing from a driver from one platform to another. So under the bylaw now, it says that if you fall in one of these categories, like under Schedule A, if you have criminal code violations, you can't drive. But with the way the bylaw is written, we don't license the drivers. We license the platform. So from a compliance part is we really only have three options. We do nothing. We issue these companies a $235 fine, or our only other option is pull the TNC license as a whole, which would shut down all the drivers. If we license the drivers, then if there's an issue with one driver, that's the only person that's affected if they're removed from one platform. Plus, we'd have the direct knowledge so they wouldn't be able to drive for another platform because they wouldn't be licensed with us. Without that licensing, they can leave one, go to another, go to another, go to another, and all we'd be doing is playing catch up. It was whether try to track them to see if they're still driving or not. And because we don't have the licensing folder with us, we first got to find out who they are before we can even deal with them. How many? I don't know. That's some of the information that we're supposed to get on a monthly basis. With the trip data that the TNCs do provide us, we have a guesstimate, but we don't actually know how many there are out there licensed with the TNCs themselves.
Okay, thank you.
And the 135, so minus the 35 because that one and done, the $100 essentially equates to $5 a month. And since we don't control what the TNCs charge or pay their drivers, that's an assumption that they're going to be making to choose to charge more for their passengers or not. Has nothing to do with us. We have nothing to do with their licensing or charging. I think that was it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to start with what's been called the red tape or the regulatory burden. I prefer to call it due diligence. It's our responsibility here at the municipality to create that kind of oversight now because it's in our purview, transportation. I think my colleague to the left of me, Councillor Austin, used the word blindly trust, and I think that's accurate, so accurate right now because it's one of the newer industry space for the Uber style transportation that although we have at this point we have no reason to not trust that. It's still blind because we don't have the data, we don't have the information. And I'm in favor of some of what's been put forward today, but I'm more in favor now of moving forward with some kind of consultation where they're at the table with our taxi drivers, they're in the conversation to land somewhere. I truly believe that it's our responsibility to be create some form of oversight around the human experience that we are all putting faith in when we get into those vehicles. I did have a chance to have a conversation with one of the industry representatives, and I found I had data questions and they were not answerable. So I think the thing that we often come back to here as well is that we are looking for the data. My data focus was on the drivers that may have been released or their driver credentials were removed from them. And I think that data is really critically important for public safety. If we had the information ourselves, we would be collecting that data. I noted on one of the slides that they had presented to me, and I don't know if anyone else was aware of it, but the police engagement liaison. Well, that would mean if there's a policeman engagement liaison, that means a situation happened, an experience happened, and the police were involved. And that's after the fact. We took a stand around transportation in this municipality over, and my colleague to the right of me, Councillor Hensby, noted it, which is the sexual violence potential. And the data that we had in our city that we had to really, really look into and address, which was that kind of experience happening in our city. And it's multiplied by what we don't know, because there's so many of those the TNC drivers out there. I want to know what that kind of data looks like. So if we go to the table with them, I think one of the things we need to be able to have is that information. And I think that you spoke to it, Stephen, which is that information around who the driver credentials, and if things are removed, why, and can they go to other TNCs. If we have the regulatory space, then we don't have to go anywhere else. And I believe it's our responsibility to have that space. I would want to know what are the trends here in Halifax, and what are the trends across the nation. We need to know that kind of data. And if we can get it in another version of this, then so be it. But because this is the will of council, but at the same time, I think we have a long way to go to get there, but we can't do it without having some of them at the table. And I do wonder, it was mentioned that there was some kind of, I guess it's the $25,000 fee that is the industry fee for the company, and that has to be on the table as well, potentially, because they are potentially all giving up that security of what they have to be provided for credentials. Right now they collect it, and if we collect it, they're kind of in that space of not having it in their company. So there has to be a blend.
Councillor Kent, your time is
My
up.
time
so
is
if
up?
you have yeah.
Okay, well then I'll leave it there. I'm open to the will of some of the council at the end of the day, but we'll go with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, staff. I'm inclined to support your recommendation from everything I've read and heard today, and also from the communication received. I've got two questions. The jurisdictional scan piece, where it seems like we would be doing something differently from the majority. Can you speak to that and why you still feel that's best for Halifax, and perhaps touch on that one that has decided to go the other way, if you know anything about that? And then my second question would be, how would this affect like an independent person who wanted to drive? Could they do that on their own under this new, would they have to be with a taxi or with Uber or Lyft, or could somebody hang a shingle and do their own thing because we have this system available, not so to speak? Yeah, thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. For the jurisdictional scan, I can't really speak to that. I did not do the scan itself, so I can only say what's in the report. So I can't really help you much there. Sorry.
Okay.
For independent, currently, if someone wants to drive on their own, they can become an independent licensed taxi driver, and they can drive on their own.
Like their own car, they wouldn't have to be with any of these companies. They could.
Nope. They license through the city, and then they can go and operate on themselves. The TNCs and brokers that we have, they tend to, some of the drivers like to go to these companies because then it's a way of them getting more fares as opposed to trying just sitting at a taxi stand and waiting for someone to come.
Okay, but you could just do your own thing as well.
Yes, you could.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the report. It's interesting. The question was how many TNC drivers are there? Well, based on the emails that we got, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
At least 500,
Yeah, there's a lot based on the emails, but they don't tell you where they're from or where they locate or where they operate out of or anything like that. So there's a lot. And I guess in the report, what jumped off the page for me is in preparing the supplementary report, staff noted a gap in the current regulations regarding TNC driver eligibility to work if they have a conviction under the criminal code. So that's what jumped off the page to me. Got 26 nieces and nephews that, I'm worried about when they're out and they're gonna use a cab or a TNC or whatever. But if I think that one of them is in a car with a driver who had a criminal conviction, then I feel awfully responsible as I sit in this chair and as we have to make this vote. That bothers me a lot. The thought that if we went with this, we would need more staff. You seem to have said that we don't need more staff, that it would take more time and there might be a backlog, but it seems that your answers seem to assure me that that's not what you're thinking is going to happen. And then I think the other thing that we were looking at is, so I got to find my note here. The whole bit about every month TNCs are supposed to provide a report and they haven't. Now, is that because if we don't ask, they're not going to tell? And because they haven't, and I know that you've said, that Steve, that you've written to them and said that you would like to have those reports. Do we hold them in any way accountable for the fact that they've been operating in HRM and have not provided that requirement?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So the answer to the reporting one was we never asked. So it's a bylaw requirement and it's a data sharing requirement agreement that we have. The response was we never asked, so they never gave.
So can I, just a little bit on that. So we had a requirement to ask. Okay.
We had a requirement under the bylaw, and under the data sharing agreement, there was a requirement for them to provide it to us automatically.
Right. Well, I guess that's what I'm getting at. So they didn't do it.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, it could have been a miscommunication, but it's been very made clear through the letter that this is what is expected going forward.
Okay. Really interesting. So, Mr. Mayor, when you close, or I guess the clerk, if the alternative could be put up, because, more information always makes good decisions. So I wouldn't mind seeing what that alternative may or may not be to see if it covers some of the questions that we might have, because we know that the taxi companies, that they have to give this information right now, and we know exactly what the ramifications of that are, but in the TNCs, we do not know that. So I'm just wondering about if this doesn't pass and an alternative comes up, would that be covered in the consultation and the investigation, the work that needs to be done on the alternative? So thank you. Thank you, Steve. It's great.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I think much of what my concern is around has been represented by Councillor Daigle-Gammon. I just want to follow up. In principle, I don't have any objection to one body performing, record checks or criminal background checks over another. What I didn't see, and I'm hoping you can clarify, is that what are the penalties or what are the fines if if we're not doing the work? How do we penalize a TNC should they have drivers that are, currently not meeting the regulations that they've established? And I say that, and then moreover, do we have any penalties and fines, or are we considering that in the event that information isn't forthcoming month over month? I'm happy to support the mayor at this moment, but I, again, hope that those sorts of questions get answered. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So when it comes to the penalty, under the bylaw, we only license the TNCs. So if there's an issue with the driver, our two options is either issue a $235 fine to the company, or we pull the TNC license in itself. That's our only two options. If they do get licensed, then we can deal with the individual drivers themselves and not the entity as a whole. That's it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So back to reporting. I mean, I'm trying to understand how we would oversee the reporting of each driver, the rideshare drivers, because again, there's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of them at this point in time. And my other concerns are, who actually takes the ride shares? It's probably, our children, our grandchildren at this point in time, where it's more cost effective for them to do the ride share than it is to do taxi at this point in time. Because again, when you do call for a ride share, you do put it on the app. You do have the rates right there. You have what you're going to pay right up front. Whereas when you get into a cab, you don't know how much you're going to pay. And I find that concerning. Also, when they were talking about, when I get into a rideshare, I have a PIN. So there is security with that. So, and I make sure that we make sure that we have that PIN and that ding goes off. So there are, things put in place for security measures. You just have to add it to your rideshare. I'm willing to support the mayor's motion because again, I think we do have quite a few things that are put in place through the rideshare program that is working, and I believe that we can, I find that the taxi companies need to do maybe level up to the rideshare, whereas to have an app on the phone where we can see how much we're going to be paying, if that was possible. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I was really kind of struck, but when you get hundreds of emails from drivers, and to my way of thinking, they were opposed to a level playing field. They were opposed to playing by the same rules as the taxi drivers. So why are they so concerned about this? If the service they're offering is a safe service, a good service, then they wouldn't object to more transparency. You wouldn't think. So I just was kind of struck by the extent of the emails that we received on this. I'm wondering if staff could talk a little bit about whether they did the scan that they did of other jurisdictions, if it included the experience in the U.S., where there have been some major class action lawsuits with hundreds of passengers alleging sexual assaults, and that the rideshare companies did very little to prevent this. And these lawsuits are several years old now.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. 1 second, please. It does not look like the scan reached down into the States at all.
Okay. I just became recently aware that the New York Times has done extensive reporting on the allegations of sexual assault against some of the rideshare companies, and this would be one of my concerns about not proceeding as staff are recommending. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I know you're not necessarily going to have an easy answer to this one because the reporting that was required was not yet supplied because we didn't ask for it, but in my mind, that should have just been delivered automatically anyway. Aside from that, do we know what the actual turnover is in one segment of the industry versus another to know how much change there is on an ongoing basis within the overall number of riders, to know whether or not, like what I'm imagining that would relate to is that while initial licensure might be fairly burdensome because there's an influx of people that wind up having to contact the municipalities to submit the required documents, that's not really the measure that we really have to worry about. It's how much changeover there would be on an ongoing basis, whether weekly, monthly, annually, etc., because that's where the real lion's share of the burden would exist, at least as far as on our staff would be concerned. So that's question number one, is what does that represent in terms of level of effort based on the numbers that you're aware of within both sides of the industry? And my other related question is, now that you've made the formalized request to get these reports coming to us on a regular basis, is that only going to be going forward, or are we going to get the historic reports that we should have been getting all along so that we have something to compare against when we're looking at the data going forward?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. For the turnover, we don't know. We don't have the data to say one way or the other how many it is. Again, just based on the trip data, we can make a guesstimate.
Mm-hmm.
But whether that's regular or people occasionally doing it, it's hard to say at this point. I never thought about the past, but I can certainly ask about past data.
I'd like to know whether or not there are trends that we can identify on the basis of the data that we wind up looking at, depending on how far back that information happens to go. And just out of curiosity, based on the jurisdictional scan and the consultations, while you note in the report that uptake on the survey wasn't entirely representative of the industry, I'm curious to know, how does that analysis of where the industry is today and the concerns expressed by those that are in the industry, both the operator and the individual drivers, how does that compare to the specifics that the mayor's motion would look for in terms of consultation with the industry? Where are there points that are wildly different from one another, or do they line up fairly similarly? We're just talking about going a little bit deeper to better understand the concerns of the industry.
Honestly, I don't know at this point.
Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Yes. The mayor's motion does look at it going deeper than what we did with our scan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for the report. I have a few questions. So similar to the some of the other councilors, I received hundreds and hundreds of emails. 80% of the emails I received just pointed out that 135, that fee, even if that was over 12 months or 365 days, would only come up to 37 cents a day. So if that was an issue, they could just add that to the fee, to the fare, each fare that they had. The other thing is the lack of transparency without having the data. I truly believe we need the data. The English language comprehension and the bylaw knowledge, that's a win-win for both. It's a win-win for the driver and for the customer. So my question is, do we know the number of taxi drivers in HRM? And if we do, that's a good number. Then I think we need to know the number of rideshare drivers too as well. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have more of a comment. I don't really think it's a question unless someone wishes to jump in on this one. But I'm very troubled that by two things, that for a long time we weren't asking for the data, even though we were in the process of preparing the staff report, making a recommendation. And so that troubles me. I don't understand. Was it because we didn't have the resources to ask for the data? Was it because we felt we wouldn't receive it? What was the concern? I know more recently, and Stephen, I know you're new, so I'm not holding you accountable for this. I know more recently we have asked for the data, and there's been some delay. And if you've been operating without having to supply something, it may be a bit of a surprise to have to provide it. You're like, why am I being asked now? So there may be a bit of that hesitation that could perhaps account for the reticence to share. And as you said, you dutifully sent a letter reminding them of their responsibilities. So that concerns me and it troubles me. I'd like to support the motion that staff are bringing forward, but on the other hand, more information possibly may be the way to go, and particularly where it's not apparent to me that we did use the tools we had. We had available. I don't know why we didn't. So that troubles me. We're saying, well, we don't have the information. We don't know what they're doing, but we had an opportunity to ask for that, I believe. So I did send Brad an email as well on this. So I'm just curious about this, because if we have, as HRM have fallen down and not asked for the data, for the while that they were operating, then, isn't that a little bit on us? Or maybe I'm not understanding this.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Why exactly it wasn't happening, I'm not sure. Whether we didn't ask, or was there communication, a miscommunication, or it was a verbal ask. Why it wasn't happening, I'm not sure. But since I have asked, there has been positive response from the TNCs. Yeah.
There has been a positive response.
I had a meeting with the TNC companies, laid out what we were looking for under the bylaw and data sharing, and they have committed to start that data next month.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for good debate, discussion, and some good questions. I'm going to support the staff recommendation as it is. I think one of the key pieces of work from all of this was to equalize the playing field between taxis and rideshare, and that includes in the competition not just for passengers but also for drivers. So that should be as easy to become a taxi driver as it is to become a rideshare driver. And right now, one of them has an additional burden that the other one doesn't. And we've heard from both, we've had correspondence from our taxi industry pointing this out. So to me, it's equalizing the playing field. I am in the mode of trust but verify. I'm not inclined to leave this to just, well, we're going to assume that the giant multinational companies are going to have our best interests at heart and will be, not motivated by any profit motive in terms of managing this. And I thought, Councillor White, it wasn't one that I had picked up on, but it's actually a really good point. As Councillor clearly pointed out, a lot of the correspondence from people was actually how terrible they are paid as ride-sharing drivers. And if you're licensed by the city, well, if Uber's not cutting you a good deal, guess what? You can walk across the street and become a Lyft driver a whole lot more easier if you have to apply to each of them each time. We would actually be giving some independence to some of the folks who are being most exploited in our economy. So, and that hadn't occurred to me. And so, this is one of the things I love so much about debate and discussion around here is occasionally you find some gems that are well worth doing. Occasionally, yeah. Indeed. So I'm happy with the staff recommendation, and $135 every 2 years to be driving a vehicle. Yeah, it's an additional cost, but I don't think that this is, the be-all, end-all of licensing burdens. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation. I think we could still do the mayor's committee to have ongoing discussions, but I'm now convinced with what we have in front of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm almost with you, Councillor Austin. The only part that I'm having trouble with is that we normally get a really fulsome report from staff, and it feels like this one's missing a pretty major piece of the discussion that should have been included, and that's the data that historically we should have been receiving from the TNC operators, and we haven't. And so that necessary background information to help color and inform the discussion that we're having is missing. And it feels like that would be important to the discussion that we're having. I agree that finding a way to level the playing field is absolutely the right thing to do. I just feel like we're doing it with somewhat incomplete information, and to do so knee-jerk now and then have to make a change later in response to data that we ought to have been able to consider at this time might be a bit of a step in the wrong direction. I'm inclined to look at making the changes that the taxi industry is looking for, and look to the next iteration of a more complete staff report that has not only the background information but the consultation with industry that provides for a better path forward for the TNC operators at the same time, rather than move forward with everything as we see it today. That's just my gut feel, because I feel like we're making a decision with incomplete information. And we're certainly hearing from the drivers themselves. I don't think the $135 is a deal breaker. I don't see how it should be. But I do feel like we need more information about just how many drivers are there and how effective is the regulation that they're under now truly, based on this, the verify that you're looking for in addition to that trust.
All right, thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Great discussion by all. Well done, folks. And Councillor Austin's right. Occasionally we have some good discussion around these tables that we learn. That's fantastic. Councillor Cleary made references biased against ride sharing because of low wages. Councillor Austin alluded to the low wages too. Remind ourselves though, this ride sharing model is not meant to be a career for people. This is meant to be done on the side. This is how this model exists around the world. It's, you do it on the side. It's extra funds. It's not meant to feed your old household. So, we can look at a lot of different businesses where there's not enough wages being paid. We talk about biases. I do have a little bit of a bias also, but it's not against ride sharing. It's a little bit about our taxi industry in the past. If you look at the benefits of ride sharing, we had people coming to our municipality, business visitors, tourists, saying, "Well, my Uber app doesn't work. What's going on here? Oh, you guys don't have ride sharing?" So we finally caught up with that, and I'm glad that we have. The other benefit of ride sharing, our taxi industry got better. Now, part of that was our own doing. We had the different zones, and that was problematic. There was other things too. But competition to the taxi industry has made their industry better, and that's because of ride sharing. And from a safety perspective, I have to be careful, Councilor Morris, about reference what's going on in New York City. I mean, so what? We talk about the lawsuits that's going on because of assaults and sexual assaults. You don't have to look very further in our taxi industry right here in this municipality. Very high profile sexual assault that took place by cab drivers in our industry right here. So I think our cabs are safe. I think our ride sharing is safe. Our job is to make sure it's safer. The app approach, and yes, other taxi industries are now starting to pick up the app. I think Casino does it now, but it's not to the extent of ride sharing service. You can choose the type of driver you want. You can choose whether you want to have conversation or not. You can deny that. There's a lot of safety elements that are implemented right now in ride sharing. So I'll be supporting the mayor's motion and request to turn down the staff recommendation and then move forward with his motion. I think more information is good. I think ride sharing is good. I think that ride sharing has helped taxi industry get better, and taxi industry could get even better also. So thanks very much.
All right. So we do not have any more speakers.
I've been trying to buzz in, but I think I'm restricted from buzzing in because of the mayor title.
I was just going to note that the proposed alternative that the mayor is looking to bring forward is available on your screen. You should see that. And call for the questions. Do you want to
I'd like
close?
to speak. Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks very much. Just a few quick points on the jurisdictional scan. I do have the presentation that was given to the Niagara Council and on why they're backing away from the model proposed by staff. And what the staff there told their council was, unlike many surrounding municipalities, Niagara Region continues to directly regulate TNC drivers and vehicles. Other jurisdictions have shifted this responsibility to the TNC companies themselves for two primary reasons. A, liability reduction by transferring regulatory responsibility to TNCs shifts liability from the municipality to the private company. And B, process duplication of background checks and administrative processes, reducing regulatory burden or red tape. So I just wanted to share that with you. I then wanted to just acknowledge some things that colleagues said. Councillor Kent, you mentioned that there you are, that you are interested in the idea of a working group or a table coming together to sort this out. And that's exactly what the motion proposes, bringing the taxi industry, the TNC industry, and the municipality together so that rather than in a kind of a unilateral way make changes, to do it in consultation and in conversation with the people that are actually impacted by it. So thank you for highlighting that. Also, as part of that, we would sort out us receiving the monthly data tranches, which I know colleagues are interested in. Councillor Deagle-Gammon, you also mentioned the auditing, wanting to make use of our auditing power, and that's really important, I think. And then Councillor Steele, beg your pardon, Councillor Austin, and Councillor Morse on how we level the playing field. And I guess what I would say is the whole intention of what the opportunity, maybe I'll say, that we have here is to modernize what we're doing. And so by bringing both platforms to a similar level, to harmonize them, is a great idea. But let's modernize them both. And what's the opposite of modernize? Let's not primitivize them both back to the taxi standard. Let's modernize them both to a 21st century standard. So hopefully we can do that. To Councillor Hinch's point on safety, the ride shares have given me cause to be very confident in having my teenage daughter ride in their product because of things like GPS tracking, emergency assistance buttons, PIN verification, trusted contact sharing. There's a whole litany of safety measures built in. So I'm very comfortable with the safety there. So one question I did have for staff is I'm still concerned with the influx of applications slowing down the overall processes. At the TSC, at the Transportation Standing Committee, staff said that to the committee that if there was a significant increase, it would be difficult to deal with. So that was said at TSC. And then here, page 8 of our report does say, While the amendments clear the way for online applications to be implemented, staff will still have to work with our partners at various provincial and police agencies to streamline access to the information needed to make a decision on a license application. Implementation of online applications would happen once this work is complete. Red tape is what we're hearing right there, and completely unnecessary. So if you don't mind, then I would just like to close by saying that the purpose of this motion is to take a sober second look at the proposed changes and give us the opportunity to pause, work collaboratively with all the industry, and ensure that we're making well-informed decisions. This allows us to strengthen oversight using the best practices from across Canada without creating unnecessary disruption. This is about collaboration and finding a best way forward so that we can align with the intention of the staff report, that is safety and accountability, without adding red tape, increasing demand on staff resources, without dissuading drivers from driving, and without increasing costs to users. So I ask for your support, and I believe the clerk has an amended proposed alternative. Thank you.
Right. So at this point, Councillor Morse.
Are we voting on the main motion or
The main? We're going to vote on the main motion. So I believe what the mayor is proposing is that we defeat the main motion and bring forward the alternative. It's not clear on the screen, at least not on mine. I don't see the whole alternative. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So with that, is the question being called? Questions being called? Okay, so Mr. Mayor, would you like to move the alternative?
Yes, I might look for a little direction from the clerk. Should I table the alternative and then, or should I simply table what you've done here? Okay, so this is the modified alternative. That Halifax Regional Council 1, give first reading to amending bylaw T1008, amending bylaw T1000, the Halifax Regional Municipality License, the Halifax Regional Municipality Taxi, Limousine, and Transportation Network Companies bylaw, as set out in Attachment 2 to the Supplemental Staff Report dated January 23rd, 2026, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report with input from a temporary working committee composed of representatives from the Halifax Regional Municipality, TNC operators, and the taxi industry to review the municipality's public policy objectives against the best practices from across Canada, with a particular focus on training, audit, approaches to licensure, and compliance models used by municipal and provincial regulators.
Okay. Anything else on that, or call for the question? Okay, question's being called. Okay, so that passes, and that brings us to the lunch hour. Break for lunch. I just want to note that we do have a heritage hearing at 1 p.m., item 12.1.1, and so we need to be back right at 1 o'clock so we can get on with that business. Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we'll come back to order now. And we are on item 12.1.1, which is a heritage hearing. And the case is HRTG 2025-02222, request to include 1530 Oxford Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the HRM. So I want to say thank you all for joining us today for a heritage hearing. We will start with a staff presentation and then give the property owner an opportunity to speak. And as a reminder to council and those watching from home, at a heritage hearing, only the registered property owner can speak and provide correspondence to council. I will then ask Mr. Gong to come forward for the presentation. And Mr. Gong, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right. Good afternoon, mayors and councillors. My name is Xiaojiu Gong, a heritage planner, and today I'm pleased to present you the case HRTG-2025-02222, the heritage registration application for 1530 Oxford Street in Halifax. In February 2024, an application was made by the current owners to consider the inclusion of 1530 Oxford Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality. The subject property is situated on the west side of Oxford Street between Coburger Road and Wakewatic Avenue in the West End community. The subject property contains a 2.5-story colonial revival style residential building which was constructed in 1922. At their November 2025 meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee was asked to evaluate the subject property using the specific criteria showing on this slide. Today, I will present you the findings for each criterion, followed by the final score. The first criterion is age. The property at 1530 Oxford Street, formerly known as 80 Oxford Street, is located within what once called Collins Field. In 1921, a dentist, Dr. Gordon Henniger, purchased this property, and later in 1922, he hired the well-known local architect Sidney Perry Dumaresque to build the subject residence, which was recorded by the building permit issued by the City of Halifax. Criterion 2A is the historical importance. The property is associated with 3 historical individuals. Dr. Gordon Henniger Sr. was a dental surgeon born in Chester, Nova Scotia. He studied at Acadian University and Baltimore College. After early practice in BC, he settled in Halifax in 1915, where he remained active in dental practice and education. He served as a professor at Dalhousie University and held leadership roles in several dental associations. As a strong advocate for the oral health, he also contributed to the public health initiatives in Nova Scotia. As the first owner of the subject property, Dr. Henniger Sr. and his family resided there from 1922 to 1928. Dr. Gordon Henniger Jr. was a son of Dr. Henniger Sr. Born in Halifax, Dr. Henniger Jr. earned his medical degree from Dalhousie University in 1945. After serving in Royal Canadian Medical Corps, he pursued advanced pathology training in Toronto and Baltimore. He held teaching positions at several U.S. universities, and in 1964, became the chair of the pathology at Medical College of South Carolina. He only spent his childhood in the house with his family. E. Marie Ryan, QC, was a Halifax lawyer. He was a Dalhousie University graduate and served in the Royal Canadian Navy during the Second World War before returning to Halifax. As appointed Queen's Counsel, he remained active in the profession until his death in 1974. Ryan purchased this subject property in 1956, and his family has resided there continuously to the present day. The third criterion is the significance of the architect. The subject house was designed by Sidney Perry Damaresque, a Halifax architect whose work helped shape Halifax's built environment in the early 20th centuries. He was the son of well-known architect James C.P. Damaresque. He joined his father's firm after graduating from Acadia University. Together, the firm designed several bank buildings across Nova Scotia. After his father's death, he continued the practice and later partnered with Andrew Cope, with whom he co-designed several significant projects, including the Dingle Memorial Tower. Damaresque's work ranged from institutional to commercial and residential buildings, with notable examples such as the Freemasons Hall and T. Eden's store on Barrington Street. In the area close to the subject property, he also designed several residences, including his own home on Oxford Street. Criterion 4A is the architectural merit for construction. The subject property is a 2.5-story wood frame building with rectangular plan. It's built atop on a brick concrete foundation and has 2 large brick chimneys. The outside wall was clad with wood shingles, and the every-through is made of copper. The property is likely constructed by balloon framing. Balloon framing used dimensional lumbers and manufactured nails for faster and cheaper construction than the traditional timber frame method. Criterion 4B is the architectural merit for style. The subject property is a representative example of colonial revival style, incorporating the elements from both Georgian and classic architectures. It features a symmetry facade and a balanced rectangular plan with Georgian-style windows evenly distributed across 3 bays. Character-defining elements are listed in the staff report, but most notably include 2.5-story wood construction house, the modularly pitched roofs with an eyeball dormer, symmetrical facade with pediment entry porch, projecting bay windows at the rear of the building, classic cornice lines with dentils and corporate every-throughs, double hand windows with wood surroundings, 2 brick chimneys with cast iron angle plates, and wood shingle cladding. The 5th criterion is the architectural integrity. The subject house retains a high level of architectural integrity with its original massing and the character-defining elements majority intact. 2 modular alterations are present on the west elevation, which are not visible from the public right of the way. A shed dormer added in the 1990s expands the 3rd floor space while remaining compatible with the original design through the use of 6/6 windows and matching wood shingles. The second alterations includes rear kitchen entries with sliding glass doors and a small bump up on the side, and a new deck and stairs. Similar to the dormer, this change also applied materials and designs that are compatible with the building. Our last criterion is the relationship to the surrounding area. The subject property is located within the former Collinsfield subdivision, being part of the early 20th century's West End suburbanization. The surroundings of 1530 Oxford Street are predominantly residential and characterized by 2 to 2.5-story single detached homes. Across Oxford Street, zoning transitioned to high-order residential, including middle-rise and high-rise apartment buildings. Within 250 meters of the property, there are 2 registered heritage properties. The area also includes several architectural significant residences designed by famous architects Sidney Perry, Demaresque, and Andrew Cobb. At their November 2025 meeting, the Heritage Advisor Committee evaluated the funding and gave the subject property a score of 55 out of possible 100. Therefore, a positive recommendation is forwarded to the Council for your consideration. The applicant has been informed about the result and will speak after my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong. Colleagues, any questions of clarification for staff at this point? Seeing none, I'll now declare the Heritage hearing open, and I'm very happy to invite the property owner, Elizabeth Ryan, to speak. And Ms. Ryan, you'll have 10 minutes, and the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you for having me here today. I'm going to talk about generations of family in regard to our home. We are 4 generations of the Ryans on Oxford Street. My husband's grandparents, Agnes Whitten Ryan and John Francis Ryan, who had 2 terms as a city alderman, lived in what is now 1550 Oxford Street, an Andrew Cobb house. In 1912, Agnes's father, Robert Whitten, had the house built as a wedding present for his daughter. They had 3 children, and their son, E. Murray Ryan, QC, was born in 1914 and bought our house 1530 in 1956. And he was Michael's father. And after his death in 1974, we bought the house. So that's the 3rd generation on the street. And our 2 children, John Francis Ryan and Margaret Claire Churchill Ryan, make up the 4th generation of the Ryan family. And there are 3 generations of lawyers: E. Murray Ryan, QC, Michael Sheridan Ryan, KC, who's still practicing law after 56 years, and my daughter Claire, who practices law in London, England. From Sid Dumeric, he sent me this last night. A few years ago in New Brunswick, a filmmaker took an interest in his family, and the film is called The Life and Times of J.C. Dumeric, and it was filmed in 2022. His great-grandfather's grandfather came to Sydney in 1800 as His Majesty's Chief Revenue Officer for the Crown Colony of Cape Breton. In 1870, his grandson, James Charles Dumeric, came to Halifax to apprentice as an architect with the well-known David Stirling. In 1877, James Charles and several other architects took the train to St. John's, New Brunswick, to help rebuild the city after the Great Fire. He designed several beautiful masonry buildings in downtown St. John, as well as several buildings in Fredericton. While in St. John, he won a competition to design the New Brunswick Legislative Building. He moved back in Halifax and designed many buildings here, including the Forest Building and Dalhousie. I think that this is something that we've already heard today. The main building and Pine Hill Divinity, and the Gardener's Cottage at the Public Gardens. Sid's grandfather, Sidney Perry, who was our architect, as you know, joined the firm in 1899. After his father's death, he took over the firm and was in partnership with Andrew Cobb for a few years, during which time they designed the Dingle Tower around 1910. Sid's grandfather died in 1943 when his son Philip was overseas in the war. Philip had a Master's of Civil Engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. After the war, he became the City of Halifax architect for a short time and started his practice in 1950. Sid Dumeric graduated from McGill in 1969 and was ahead of the company, and in 2025, the firm was sold to his son Dean and partner Jonathan Carmichael. So 5 generations of the Dumeric family in architecture. And in a meeting, speaking of 5 generations of the family, Paul E. Frank, Fellow of the Royal Architect Institute of Canada, wrote, "To my knowledge, this record of family practice is unmatched in Canada. 5 generations. James Dumeric was the founder of a family with a distinctive place in the history of Canadian architecture." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ryan. As soon as I find my script, we're going to carry on here. Okay. Colleagues, any questions of clarification to the property owner before we proceed? Okay. Seeing none, could I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved by Councillor Hartnett, seconded by Councillor St. Amand. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Okay, thank you very much. And now it's the time for council to ask the staff member any questions of clarification. And I don't see any names popping up. The presentation was so good, Mr. Gong, that there are no questions of clarification. So colleagues, what are your wishes? Okay, so let the question first. Before we get to the question, we'll put the motion on the floor. And is anyone wanting? Perhaps you, Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 1530 Oxford Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality, as shown on Map 1 of the staff report dated November 5, 2025, as a municipal heritage property under the Heritage Property Act.
Councillor Steele on the second. And if you would like to say anything, the floor is yours, should you wish it. No? Okay, thank you very much. And I believe we did have the question called. So now we can come to that, and we'll go to the electronic voting, please. And the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Elizabeth, and thanks to the Ryan family for being such wonderful intergenerational stewards of this remarkable home in Halifax. Thank you. Okay. Okay, colleagues, this brings us to section 15 of the agenda. As you recall, 15.1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 passed
Mr. Mayor, I think we should just move to correspondence and petitions before that briefly.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Clerk. Thank you so much. Members, are there any petitions today? All right, not seeing any. Mr. Clerk, any correspondence?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that correspondence has been received and circulated for items 10.2, 15.1.7, 15.4.1, and 18.1.
Okay, thank you very much. And that brings us to 15.1.5, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2025-001-ADM, respecting grants for second units. And I believe, Sam, was this yours? Is this? I don't recall. Oh, Councillor Deal-Gammon has weighed in. The floor is yours, Councillor Deal-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that the Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2025-001-ADM, the second unit administrative order as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated December 15th, 2025.
Councillor Hartling on the second. And the floor is yours if you'd like to continue.
Not really any comment. I believe this originated a little bit with Councillor Purdy, but I'm in favor.
Very good. And Councillor Austin has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one question. I'm just trying to find my report here. So my one question would be just on like, I mean, I want to see more usage of the program. But where staff reference that, you know, like we're hitting people up to who have already submitted building permits, feels kind of weird to me. Like, you know, isn't the point of a grant program to try and spur activity that wasn't actually going to happen otherwise? It seems odd to me to be pushing units that are already being built to, hey, you should apply for money from the city. I guess what I'm saying is, rather than trying to drive the numbers up in that way, should we maybe be thinking more along the lines, is this actually an effective use of the funds?
Thank you. Anne Totten, Principal Planner with Housing Accelerator Fund. Through you to the councillor, this program was a requirement of our Housing Accelerator Fund agreement. It's one of the items we committed to in the action plan, that we would create an incentive program for secondary units. So it is time limited, intended to expire with the end of the half agreement.
So is there any, because the report also references that if there's money left, we'd be seeking to reallocate. Like, what does that look like in terms of dealing with the federal government?
The funding we have until October 2027 to spend. So the idea would be that when the program ends, with the proposed amendments, it would be on April 1st, 2026, and we would then have the intervening 6 months to recoup and reallocate any costs, any funds that were not spent towards construction of a unit.
Okay. It's kind of tricky where it's wrapped up in the whole federal program, but this, I don't know, this isn't ringing to me like a very effective use of money if we're literally looking at building permits and saying, hey, you should apply for this, like they're already building the unit.
Through you to the councillor, I think just to clarify, only units that came forward for a building permit after the program was established last March are eligible. So permits that were issued before March 2025 are not eligible for the program.
No, sorry, maybe I'm not being clear on it. Like, you know, if the point of the program is to spur more construction, if we're just looking at, hey, this person submitted a building permit for a secondary suite and saying, did you know you could apply for money for that suite? Are we actually really creating any additional housing? If the person, like, new housing would be, hey, I wasn't thinking of doing a secondary suite, but now I'm going to because there's money available. Whereas it feels to me more like there's a little bit of box ticking going on here rather than actually major outcome change.
Regional Council, Aaron Murnahan, manager for the Housing Accelerator Program. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. This is, councillor, an attempt to balance some of the pressure that we've gotten from a lot of property owners who did not know that this program was coming before March of last year. And certainly some of your colleagues would have heard from some angry residents who didn't know the program was coming and wished that they could have gotten retroactive grant payments. And I should note that it would be less than 10 property owners that would be receiving retroactive grant funds through this amendment today.
Okay, so it's a very small number.
Very, very small number.
Okay. Okay, I can understand the kind of bitter taste of, wait, I could have applied for this and, you know, just missed it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wasn't going to, but I'll just jump in and say, you know, even if these folks had applied for the permit before, the fact that, you know, and these are very small grants, to be fair, the cost of a secondary unit could be tens of thousands up to several hundred thousands of dollars. I've seen it with some of these. So anything we can do, and if you think about the provincial program that they started up and the restrictions that were around that, you know, it had pretty low pickup because you either had to have it as an affordable unit or it had to be to an elderly parent or a young child that was going in to move into your backyard kind of thing. And so, you know, anything that we can do to help folks create these units is fantastic. Some of them may have done it anyway, again, where this grant is a relatively small grant, but I still think it's valuable for us, especially as more and more people get out there. And who knows, even after the HAF, you know, if we decide to continue some sort of program similar to this. So anyway, I'm happy to see this go forward. It is a very small fee or a small grant to a small number of people, but I still think it's worthwhile. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Deagle Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've recovered from my blank mind there for a moment. One of the things that, one of the reasons I thought that this really is a good thing as well, though, is because it allows a program to be extended. And we've got quite a few people that were thinking about doing the secondary suite, but because of the deadlines that we're in, they couldn't guarantee that they would get the construction finished in the timeline. So this actually allows people to get the work done within a reasonable timeline, especially when they're looking at contractors and stuff. The one thing that I do remember people being a little bit concerned about was just around allowing more than one secondary unit per property to be eligible for the funds. There was some concern that if it's on not service land, would that be an issue? So could you maybe respond to that concern that I remember reading? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Through you to the councillor. Basically, 2 units, like a secondary and a backyard suite, would only be permitted where the land use bylaw permits or where I believe the province has to do the assessment for whether there's well and septic capacity.
Great.
So they would have to have that before they could even get a building permit approved.
Wonderful. Thank you for that clarification. Great.
Okay, colleagues, seeing no more. Oh, Trish, Councillor Purdy is on.
Thank you. Sorry, I buzzed in, then I didn't. But for these, how do you get a guarantee that like these secondary units are for long-term housing, right? Not for short-term units. So, is there? How do you get a guarantee on that that's what this grant would be used for? And also, Halifax Water, I'm under the impression that these types of units are more unpredictable, so harder for them to capture in their like capacity and plans for the future, as opposed to developments where it's exactly, okay, this many units here. So how does that get captured in this too with an increase? And how much of an increase do you think you're going to see for an uptake on this with these relaxing of the regulations, which I'm in favor of?
Through you to the councillor. So the first question regarding the short-term rental, part of the grant agreement, the applicant commits to not using the unit for short-term rental for 5 years, and there is a note made in our online permitting system that this is in place. So if they were to come in and register, then it gets flagged. Regarding the Halifax Water capacity, we did meet with Halifax Water several times in the development of the program, and they indicated that for this number of units, it wouldn't really be a concern where you're just adding, say 1, now potentially 2 per property. It's more when you're getting into the 4 to 8 unit counts that they started to have more concerns. And lastly, we don't really have a projection for, how much this could increase the program. As Aaron mentioned, we've had a few inquiries about doing 2 units per property, so we expect to see some uptake in that. We may see some small uptake in the nonprofit sector now that they would be eligible. Ideally, we would hit 250 units total, as that is the goal under the program for the Half Action Plan initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no more question. Yeah, okay, we'll have the questions been called, please. Thank you. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, Ann and Aaron. Bless you. This brings us to 15.1.6, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 1, respecting the procedures of council, fixed interval Auditor General recommendations reporting. Would someone like to put the motion on the floor, please? Councillor Purdy, thank you very much.
Nancy, would you like to? Okay. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order as set out in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated January 21st, 2025.
I guess we'll give the second to Councillor Hartling there, since she was quick with her hand and willing to table. Councillor Purdy, do you have anything to add at this point?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to Deputy Mayor Cuddle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I can see from, I'm happy to see this come forward, and I like how staff have kind of taken this back and seen a way to kind of be efficient in presenting this as an annual report of all the recommendations. And that makes sense. I think the original intent between, asking for this follow-up was to try to get ahead of the auditor's follow-up, in which they only look at whether something is complete or not complete. So if there's an opportunity for us to get ahead of that, to say, okay, these things are in progress and they're, 80% complete, not only does that help council understand the progress being made on the auditor's recommendations, but also the public and the media, because the kind of binary complete, not complete scale that the auditor uses doesn't always show the whole picture of what's happening behind the scenes. So I guess that would be my only concern. And I mean, you do touch on it through the timeline that's presented in the report with, the number of months, and that there wouldn't be a lot of follow-up if the recommendations were close to the reporting schedule. But given that intent, do you feel that this will function as intended in terms of getting ahead of the auditor's report and providing information to the public?
Ready? Oh yeah, Jacqueline Pepper, manager of corporate performance, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So right now, where it's positioned as a June report, it probably won't give you information before the annual report that the auditor brings you, but it does have the potential of updating you prior to the follow-up report, as well as the second follow-up report. So there is that potential, yes, and you can get that information that you're speaking to where it's not binary. It does give you a view of the amount of effort versus the amount of work required. So yeah, I do think this solves some of that problem, but there is the option of course, doing the report earlier in the year. We were kind of marrying it up right now with the current reporting timelines, which is in April. At the end of the fiscal close, we request that all the business units that have open Auditor General recommendations do their reporting in April. So that's the only reason it's in June, but if you wanted to kind of pull that ahead, we could try to do that at an earlier point in time before the, I think it's the Auditor General's annual report.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine to try what's being presented by staff for now and see how it goes, and if we need to adjust it in future years, we can look at that. But I am just happy to see this come back, and that we will have this kind of regular reporting on the recommendations across all the reports. I think that's a good move in terms of accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. What's your pleasure? Question has been called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Much appreciated. And colleagues, this brings us then to item 15.1.7, AAA Bicycle Network Capital Projects 2026/27 and 27/28 planned construction. And colleagues, we do have a presentation for this, for which I would like to invite Mike Connors, Dave Regie, and Roddy McIntyre, please. And the floor is yours when you're ready.
Full screen. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike Connors, Manager, Transportation Planning. Excuse me. Members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon on the AAA project. Excuse me. So I'll start with the motion. So on June 24th of last year, Regional Council directed staff to prepare a report focused on the Regional Center All Ages and Abilities Bikeway Network. The report request includes a list of all bike lane projects proposed between 2026 and 2029 with their estimated budget requirement, along with an estimated breakdown by categories including general traffic, public space, pedestrians, and bikes. Also, a review of alternate network solutions that could reduce future costs. And finally, a review of opportunities for additional external funding sources. The Regional Center All Ages and Abilities Bikeway Network, the AAA network as we call it, is made up of bicycle facilities considered safe and comfortable to a wide range of users. These include protected bicycle lanes, local street bikeways, and multi-use pathways. At present, approximately 31 kilometers of the 53-kilometer network, or 59%, has been completed. This slide provides a funding summary for the network. The original estimated network cost was $25 million from 2020. This cost estimate was the basis for funding agreements with the provincial and federal governments, which provide a maximum contribution of $20.8 million, or 83% of the original $25 million. The updated network cost as of 2026 is approximately $85.4 million. I understand your packages have an older version of the report that mentions $90 million. That number is reduced, accounting for the removal of one of the sections which is currently under review. This increase has resulted, the increase from 25 to 85.4 has resulted from multiple factors, a few of which being increased project complexity, inflation, and labor shortages. Remaining costs to complete the network are estimated at $66.3 million. There's about $11 million of external funding remaining to claim. All remaining costs beyond that, estimated currently at $55.2 million, will be the responsibility of HRM. So at Council's direction, staff have completed a review of the All Ages and Abilities Network with a focus on identifying alternate connections that have potential to reduce costs. The report that is before Council today focuses on a review of the projects scheduled to proceed in the first 2 years, 2026-27 and 2027-28. There are additional projects that are scheduled beyond 27-28 that staff are reviewing separately that will be the subject of a future Council report. The network review process completed to date includes a review of 23 routes. For these routes, more than 40 ideas for alternatives were developed and evaluated against a range of performance criteria and cost. These performance criteria, which are shown on the right of the slide, consider factors related to the utility of the option for cyclists, things like directness, connectivity, complexity, safety, and comfort. These criteria also consider factors related to other modes, including how they impact transit, vehicle capacity, parking, and loading. It's important to consider that cost is one of many factors and one of several difficult trade-offs that need to be considered on these projects. This review that was completed by staff has identified 3 alternative segments that staff are recommending for further consideration, which I'll introduce over the following few slides. These alternatives are expected to have reduced costs while still achieving the objectives of the AAA network. An important assumption for this review process was that all alternatives proposed needed to meet the all ages and abilities standard. It's expected that further opportunities to reduce network costs do exist, but they would require relaxing the all ages and abilities standard, which is not consistent with council direction to date. So I'll start going through the three options to give a brief overview. The first of the three network alternatives they'll introduce is on Novalee Drive in North End, Halifax. The originally proposed facility for Novalee Drive, referenced here as the base case, is a multi-use pathway on the west side of Novalee Drive. The proposed alternative runs on the same section of Novalee Drive, but replaces the multi-use pathway with an on-street tactical bikeway. The proposed alternative provides similar benefits to the base case and reduces costs, but there are other trade-offs to be considered. This option has an increased impact on on-street parking. Approximately 69 on-street parking spaces would be removed compared to 33 for the base case. Since this option would remain on the street, as opposed to moving it off the street with the multi-use pathway, this would interact with buses. We would have to deal with bus stops, and that would have to be managed through the design. So that's a conflict that would be introduced. Finally, this alternative has a benefit of reducing tree impacts, avoiding impacts to as many as 33 trees. This option will require redesign that could result in delay, but it's expected to remain on schedule for construction in 2027. The estimated cost for this alternative is approximately $434,000, which is a reduction of approximately $966,000 from the base case option. The second proposed alternative is in North End, Dartmouth. The originally proposed facility or base case is a two-way protected bikeway on Victoria Road and Highfield Park Drive. The proposed alternative would reroute the bicycle facility via a local street bikeway on Jackson Road and a local street bikeway on Lehman Drive. The proposed alternative reduces costs considerably and is still considered all ages and abilities standard for cyclists, but is less direct and less connected to destinations than the base case. Rerouting the facility away from Highfield Park Drive reduces its access to key destinations, but it does provide some key benefits. Importantly, it removes conflict with transit on Highfield Park Drive, which is a proposed future BRT route. It also avoids the need to remove a significant amount of on-street parking from Highfield Park Drive. There is a risk that this alternative could delay construction. However, it is expected that we'll still be able to meet the target of construction in 2028. The estimated cost for this alternative is approximately $1.036 million, which is a reduction of more than $3 million from the base case option. The third and final proposed alternative is on the Central Peninsula and Wellsford Street. The originally proposed facility is a two-way protected bikeway on the north side of Wellsford Street, running between Windsor Street and Roby Street, connecting to the Halifax Common. The proposed alternative facility would follow the same route on Wellsford Street, but the two-way protected bike lane would be replaced by a local street bikeway. The proposed local street bikeway alternative is similar to the base case, but provides less protection for cyclists due to the removal of the dedicated bike lane. Traffic volumes and speeds are near the established thresholds for local street bikeways, so there is potential that traffic calming or diversion may need to be considered. A benefit of this alternative is that it would reduce impacts to on-street parking compared to the base case, which would have removed parking on one side of Wellsford Street. This alternative is not expected to impact construction timing. It's expected that construction can be completed in 2027. The estimated cost for this alternative is approximately $353,000, which is a reduction of $750,000 from the base case. Staff are also considering a second alternative for Wellsford Street that would add a tactical two-way bikeway. This option would have similar cost savings to the local street bikeway, but would have increased impacts on on-street parking and other factors. Staff will plan to consider both these alternatives through the functional design process. So the total cost reduction associated with these three alternative network connections is estimated at $4.78 million. The cost reduction would decrease the municipal cost to complete the network from $55.2 million to $50.5 million. These cost reductions have been built into the draft 26-27 capital budget that Council will be considering over the next days and weeks. As mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, a key assumption of this network review was that the proposed alternatives must meet the all ages and ability standard. Consideration of options that do not meet this standard, for example, unprotected bike lanes, would provide opportunity to reduce costs further. However, this would not meet the objectives of the AAA network in line with council direction. Non-AAA options would also not be eligible for provincial or federal funding. Recognizing the potential cost savings, this staff report provides two alternative recommendations for council's consideration that would direct staff to explore options that, one, do not meet AAA standard, or two, include removal of sub-segments to reduce the size of the network. With council approval of the staff recommendation, proposed next steps include the following. Staff would initiate functional planning for the three proposed alternatives and pause design work for the base case options. Upon completion of functional design, staff would return to council with a recommended approach for implementation. In parallel, staff are also reviewing the remaining AAA segments that are scheduled for construction after 2027. These segments were not considered as part of this report. Staff will also continue to monitor funding opportunities for the AAA network and apply when applicable. And I'll leave you with the staff recommendation on the screen. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. And we do have a number of names on the list, and we'll start with Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to, one, initiate functional planning for the three alternatives to all ages and abilities AAA bike network capital projects as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated January 21st, 2025, and subject to approval of the associated costs of the 2026-27 capital budget, and return to council with recommended approach to implementations of these three alternatives, and two, pursue federal and provincial funding opportunities for council approved AAA bike network projects whenever application intakes are announced. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, thanks very much for this work on this. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. You probably didn't think when you were going through school that you'd be talking about bike lanes so much in your real world, but here we are. So, when the mayor first brought forward his motion on bike lanes, it created a lot of discussion, right? Discussion because of cost. I think the biggest reason, Mr. Mayor, why it didn't get approved, your motion, was because the concern of pausing all bike projects. I think the concern of as soon as you pause projects, they may not come back. So I believe that's one of the main reasons. The other factor is also the claim of, and I mean this respectfully, Mr. Mayor, and I also say this to the Premier, the claim of bike lanes causing congestion, which is really not true. Now, look. There's an element of bike lanes that do cause, biking projects do cause congestion when we stop right-hand turns, rights on red because of a bike lane. That can cause some congestion, I agree. But the majority of congestion is caused by the volume of vehicles on the road. When you look at some of our biggest streets that have congestion, Roby Street, and Windsor Interchange, there's no bike lanes there, but those are the biggest elements of congestion. So it's volume. It's not bike infrastructure. There's an element to it, yes, but the majority of it is not caused by bike infrastructure. I agree that we need to connect our biking infrastructure to take full advantage. When I'm fortunate, I get to travel all over the place, and my family and I travel. We look at other municipalities and other communities, and cities like ours, bigger, smaller, more winter, more hills, less, they have a connected bike infrastructure. So we need to connect our biking infrastructure. However, not at any cost. Thus, the reason for my motion is let's go back and examine this. Can we do this cheaper? There's some people in our community would want it, support it, the mayor's approach to pausing all biking infrastructure. There are some that not only want us to stop, they want us to actually remove the existing infrastructure. So that's fine, that's their opinion. But my approach is, can we still connect the biking infrastructure, but at the same time take advantage of the funding that we already have in the bank account from the feds and the province, and do it a bit cheaper, but still connect it, but still keep safety in perspective. So we actually have money in the bank right now. Now I'm a little confused. Mike, could you clarify, in your presentation, you said we have $11 million. That's money from the feds and the province. I thought it was 9.7 million. Did you just shake the cushions, came up with a few more million since we last talked?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I might ask my colleague to come up and correct me, but the $11 million, the difference between the 9 and the 11 is that I believe there's another $2 million that's been claimed in the interim since the report was written.
Oh, okay. I'm nodding behind your head. Yeah, okay, I understand. So that is money that we've received from grants from the feds and the province that is specific to AAA Bike Network. Can't be used for anything else. So if we don't use it, it goes back into their coffers. We can't use it for anything else. So that money is there. So let's take advantage of that money. Now our discussion next year and the year after may be different, but right now, today, in this motion, I think, it's a saving of $4.78 million. And then what that does is, that, if I understand correctly, Mike, we wouldn't use all of that money for these 3 projects, but there was still some available for next year, as long as it's a AAA network. And I think at some point in time, we may have to have a conversation where the AAA network is the type of network that we can either afford or should do. But I don't think that's the conversation right now. The conversation now, there's 3 different projects being recommended. And so I appreciate the work. I think we're in a great spot. And also understand, just my last 10 seconds, that even if we approve what's in front of us today, that doesn't mean that $4.78 million goes towards saving the tax rate. This money is money put aside that we use for, we use debt. So we use debt when we go to put in a sidewalk. We use debt for that. If we're going to pave a road in Councillor Dale Gamlin's area that's a gravel road, we would use debt for that. And bike lanes, no, we use debt. So there would be less money that we have to use for debt. So my time is up. I'll come back. I look forward to the conversation and everyone's opinion on this. This is good work and an opportunity, as Councillor Austin said earlier, for good debate and good discussion and maybe some learning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the work here. Just a question off the top here. How did we take into account density and growth in different areas? Did we factor that in when we were looking at alternative routes? Like the center plan where we're planning to grow?
Mr. Mayor, through you, the network alternatives were focused purely on the infrastructure. There would have been some planning consideration around connectivity and directness, but we didn't get into details on density. Most of the, I guess, 2 of the 3 options stay on the exact same route. The other one is, we recognize that it does take a hit on connectivity and directness. And that's reflected in the report. So it's not as advantageous as the original from that perspective, but that's the trade-off for reducing the cost.
Could we bring up the slide with the Highfield Victoria on the screen, please? By chance, if that's easy to do. So my issue here, colleagues, is one of value. I'm going to venture that not a lot of you have been on the ground, Councillor Mancini has, up in Dartmouth North. But Dartmouth North is essentially 2 islands because the street network does not connect together. You've got a little gravel rut, which is not a road, from True North Crescent across. You've got Jason McCullough Park, which has got it's not a multi-use trail. It is an asphalt, no wider than a sidewalk, might even be undersized. And then you have the Highfield Park Transit Terminal, which has a gate on it. And so the blue section, Highfield Park Drive, and the orange section on the right are not really connected together at all. And the problem with going with the staff recommended lower cost option is, guess where everybody lives? They live over by the blue. That's where our most density is. And it's not only the most density now, the zoning on Highfield Park Drive, right now they're all 3-4-story buildings, but we've got center zoning that allows up to 40 stories on some of those parking lots, for example, that front on the highway. And some of the existing apartments, most of them are zoned for 7 stories. There's a section on the other side of Highfield where you've got 3-story buildings that are now zoned for 14 stories. So this is a growth area. And there's a value that is lost when we're taking the alternative transit from right out in front of someone's door and removing it. Right? That's going to say instead, well, you might as well buy a car, take a car, because, the city doesn't have an alternative for you. The other piece I think we lose in terms of value is we know from planning that transit and active transportation are not 2 separate things. They're opposite sides of the exact same coin. These are our alternatives. And by putting the Dartmouth North connection over, as a local street bikeway on the orange, we're also giving up the opportunity to connect to transit because the transit terminal's over by the blue. So I am not in favor of this because, yes, we would save $3 million, but we're giving up a tremendous amount of value in terms of actually making the most of the dollars we're spending, because we're taking the transit, the active transportation connection away from both where the highest density of people are now, where the highest density of people will be in the future, even more so, and away from our transit connections. What have we already spent on the existing option? Because, we're 30-60% design on pieces of this.
Councillor, we've spent about $95,000 on functional planning and design. That's for the wider area in Dartmouth North. This is one portion of that. We've also spent about $40,000 on preliminary design for the Highfield Park and Victoria Road bikeway sections.
So is it 95 plus 45 or 95 total?
95 plus 45, 135 roughly.
So we're up to 135, and not to suggest some costs here, because $3 million is still a whole lot less than walking away from the design piece. But we are getting a worse option out of this. What would we have to spend if we were going to suddenly redesign and redo this?
The costs aren't significant. We're looking at about $20,000. It's mostly redoing engagement activities. So we have ability in our current budget to accommodate the revised design.
Okay. So colleagues, I'll see what the area councillors have to say, but generally I think the other ones make some sense, but this one, we are penny wise, pound foolish on this one, in my opinion, because we're taking it away from where the people are, and we're taking it away from where transit actually is, and the opportunity just to connect all that together. So I would encourage you to vote against this, and instead I'll move an alternative that doesn't include that keeps the Highfield Victoria as is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Mike, for this presentation. I learned a lot. For my part, when I opened up this report, I was honestly quite shocked. I wasn't really expecting to see, different configuration. I was looking to see different implementation. Can we go back to the slide that shows how much it is, like the dollar value, I think, per kilometer? I want to go back to that. So I understand that our provincial and federal funding is attached to, there's 3 different variants. It's towards the end. And it's not in the staff report. There we are, right there. Okay, one back. Yeah, thank you. The one with pictures, yeah. Can you help me understand? As I understand it, our federal and provincial funding, which is $11 million, right? Like, that's important money to not leave on the table. Are we required to help me understand what we are required to do in terms of AAA bike network to make sure that we recover those federal and provincial dollars? Like, because there are definitely cheaper options. I'm just trying to understand what option or what we have to do to reclaim that money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the agreement requires us to build all ages and abilities cycling facilities, which includes multi-use pathways, protected bikeways, and local street bikeways. So it has to meet a certain standard to claim that funding.
So between the $4,500, $1,100, and $310, or is only the $4,500 per, is only that option a qualifier for?
No, so the two options on the three on the screen, the two on the left would qualify as all ages and abilities facilities, protected bikeways, a raised protected bikeway and a tactical protected bikeway. Essentially the two on the left, the two leftmost, are the same configuration, just done in different ways. So the one on the left's permanent and the one in the middle's more temporary.
And when we are looking at what we are looking to achieve in 2026, 27, are we going with the $1,100 option?
For the most part, we've necessarily had to move toward the tactical implementation, the one in the middle. It's both less expensive and much easier and quicker to build.
Okay. And then just the, painted lines, that does not qualify as part of the AAA bike network.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I think that you already mentioned it, moving forward, we will be looking at options to, round out or think about our network using painted lines in the years where we don't have additional funding. That's already being considered?
For the All Ages and Abilities Network, staff's current direction is to explore all the AAA network, the AAA options only. That's staff's direction. AAA, the painted bike lane options we can consider those in other locations, but for the AAA network, right now our staff direction is to pursue the all ages and abilities options, not painted bike lanes.
Yeah, and in all fairness, that probably makes sense when there's additional funding on the table. Maybe that might be something that we pick up after when that funding runs out. My last question is about provincial and federal funding. I noticed that, the original report called out that we, look for other sources of funding. If you were to look on the horizon, have you seen other opportunities, different grant options, so that we might be able to find additional sources of funding as time goes on?
The staff report lays out potential opportunities. It's impossible to say right now if what's on the horizon. It comes down to what other levels of government are interested in funding. So we'll always keep our eye on it and look.
We haven't seen anything at the moment.
Not to my awareness that I can point to.
Okay, and so going back to our 66 million or whatever the current hole is that we are looking at, our 60 something, sticker or price tag for the current bike network, that is based off of the assumption that we're going to go with a AAA configuration and not painted lines.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Saint-Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering a couple of things. So relative to the original plan as laid out by the Council of the Day in identifying the routes that would be considered AAA, what proportion of that was the much more expensive raised protected bike lane versus where we are today with the shift to tactical? I'm wondering, with the budget that we're now looking at, how much of that is shifted away from the expensive option to the more tactical option, but is still at that much higher cost relative to the original program cost? And then second, I'm wondering if it feels like, even though it was mentioned in the criteria that you used evaluating the performance, connectivity was one of them, but connectivity spoke to a couple of different facets. It wasn't limited to, like, I was looking for something to speak specifically to how we prioritize gap filling in the network as it is right now. I completely understand that when the project was first undertaken, you went for the low-hanging fruit. You prioritized sections that were easy to do, sections that were just immediately aligned with other infrastructure upgrades that were being done at the time. But then as the time has gone on, we've identified this complexity to the implementation side of things, where the costs have gone through the roof for a variety of reasons that you outlined. And so one of the things that I was hoping to have spoken to in the report was, how do we fill in some of those gaps so that we don't have these little islands of bike lanes that are isolated from one another, in order to further demonstrate their utility, provide for a better rider experience, measuring that against the fact that if we do too many of those gap fills, some of those gap fills are very expensive pieces. So I realize that you'd have to analyze those on the basis of the cost implications as well. But do we have the capacity to prioritize some gap filling so that the value proposition is a little bit higher and the utilization rates wind up going up in order to demonstrate what we're hoping to achieve with the bike lanes in general?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, I'll invite my colleague Mark Nieder to join me if he likes to help with this. But in terms of your first question with the what was anticipated to be included in the network, permanent versus tactical, as we've gone through the years, we've refined more closely what that network will look like in terms of the facilities. So at the beginning, we had a general idea of what we wanted to do, and I think there was more of a goal to have permanent facilities and in integrating with other roadworks where we could, because that's where you get the most efficiency.
Sure.
But over time, as you know, the network's delayed and costs have increased for a number of reasons that weren't envisioned before 2020. We've needed to move to tactical. I don't know if we have an exact handle on what the percentage before and after of protected versus tactical is, but like I said, I think it's come into focus as time has gone on. In terms of gap filling, I mean, we do call this network the minimum grid network for the regional center. Our hands are pretty full right now with getting this one done. It's tough to imagine what the next step would be. There are going to be gaps to fill, though, that we'll want. As we say, minimum grid is kind of the skeleton that we see we needed to get into the network. So I think there will be other connections we look at making, but this is, and they may not be AAA standard, or they may be a different standard, but this is meant to be the AAA standard. I don't know, Mark, if you have
Well, allow me to clarify, though. What I'm talking about in terms of gap filling would be sections that we do have planned now, but for the logistical reasons associated with the construction timetables and so forth, we've got, segment A, segment C are done, but segment B remains to be completed, and that connects those two. How do we prioritize connecting those pieces that we've already accomplished with the middle sections that we have planned, but for logistical reasons have been delayed or have been shoved down the line in terms of order of priority because we've got these alignments to other construction projects?
So we try to lay out the construction of these projects as logically as we can. We have to take advantage of opportunities to build things when we can. It doesn't always connect, obviously, but it just comes down to trying to lay out the network and make it happen in a logical process. It's a tricky thing when we're trying to integrate with other projects and trying to get the network done as quickly as we can.
Okay. I was really just thinking to Councillor Mancini's point. I mean, when we've got a fixed amount of money that's been set aside that must satisfy the AAA standard, in what order do we accomplish things in order to make sure that we use that money but still provide the value of a connected network? I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this. I know it's been a journey. I'm just going to start with some sort of contextual comments. The whole point of building our bicycle facilities, especially AAA, is to increase the number of people on bikes. That's the whole point. And so if we build a network that isn't comfortable, isn't safe, then we're not going to get the numbers. The analogy that I'll use, I'm not sure how great it is, but it's the one that's coming to my mind. Let's say, you needed a dump truck to move some gravel. And you're like, wow, dump truck's really expensive. Why don't we just get a hatchback? I mean, it's got a cargo in the back. But that's not going to really help you very much. And what I fear is we need a dump truck, and some of the options that we have here are hatchbacks. Yeah, this got cargo room. You could put a bit of soil, maybe bags of soil in there, but you're not getting a truckload of gravel delivered to anyone. And so just some numbers, and I want to little shout out to Councillor Austin, because he puts this on his Facebook councillor page every month. But if you look at our network, and it's hard to tell over the last sort of 6-7 years since we've been building it, how many people are using it, but definitely in the last 4 or 5 for sure. We've got a lot of calendars out there, we can see it. And if you look from 2021 till now, and this past year, for example, 2025, we had over 500,000 bikes in our bike lanes and LSBs with those counters. I think it was 561,000-ish riders. That's just where those 9 or I think maybe 12 counters are now. That has more than doubled since 2021. So when we build it, people are coming. It's kind of like the field of dreams. And as a municipality, we have mode shift goals. In order for us to meet our climate commitments and also reduce congestion, we need to get more people wanting, not just forcing them, but wanting them to take alternatives to cars, walking, rolling, bicycles, transit. And so that's why we're building our dedicated bus lanes. That's why we're building the bicycle infrastructure. If every car driver thought about it, they would want us to build as many bike lanes and have as many buses on the roads as possible, because that means less cars on the road. And if they have to get around using a car, it's better for them. So this is where I start with. Now you listed things like when you were doing this analysis, the directness of the route, the connectivity, complexity, safety, comfort, transit, vehicle capacity, parking and loading. Were equity issues ever part of the criteria, moving it from one neighborhood to another, off of these streets to those streets? Did you ever look at the demographics of a neighborhood and go, should we consider that as part of our analysis?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not explicitly as part of this exercise, but we do recommend more functional planning, which includes engagement, which would consider those factors, and then we would come back to council with that kind of thing summarized as part of our next steps.
Yeah. And, these alternatives were considered before. And in the plans, when the recommendations first came, the earlier recommendations were brought, and those were the ones that we did. So now you've got to go back and look at some of the suboptimal ones and say, could we do it? How would that work out? I want to draw specific attention to the Wellsford one. So none of these are in my district, but Wellsford touches my district and enters into it. And so I have a specific question around this one, because you haven't done the functional planning, but have you given any thought to how people are going to get across Roby? So right now, there is a crosswalk signal, and a lot of cyclists, including myself, ride down the street, either hop on the sidewalk or dismount and walk up, legally, walk up to the button, push the button, walk across. But if we were to do the bike lanes, we'd have some sort of bike signal, half stop, something that would be there. But if we do an LSB, how do people get across Roby?
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Neener, Supervisor of Active Transportation Planning, through you, Mayor, to the councillor. So the proposed solution for a bike-activated crossing of Roby Street from Wellsford is a half signal, and that could function for either of the alternatives listed in the report, for either the local street bikeway or the
I've only got 19
bikeway.
seconds, Mark, so I'm just going to jump in. But if you think about it, if I have a dedicated bike lane, I have one area where I could put the light. If I do an LSB, I could be on either part of the road, coming this way, going that way. So now you've just forced your intersection crossing to be 40 feet, 50 feet wide?
That's a problem we'd have to solve in design, but the way I imagine that working is that there's signals on either side of the intersection, so the stop bar for vehicles is set back from where cyclists would cross. But you're right, we'd have to have an extra curb cut on the common side to get cyclists up onto the common pathways.
And is that included in your cost?
The half signal is included in the cost estimate for both options.
The wider one, though?
We didn't get into that kind of sort of fine-grained level of detail when we did the estimate, so we didn't add a consideration for that.
Okay, I'm over time, but so the cost actually could be much higher than what you're accounting for because you haven't done the detailed design yet. So the savings might not be there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much for wrapping it up there. And we'll move on to Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. At least the review almost saved us 10% in regards to the budget on that particular cost. Both the North and Dartmouth, I don't see a problem with the Jackson Road adjustment, but I would probably put a spur line up Robert Burns Drive to Park Crest. That way you tie in the North Grove Gardens, you tie in John Martin School, the Dartmouth North Library and Community Center, and the transit terminal at Highfield Park. So a little spur line off of Jackson up to that point. It's only 3 blocks, and there's not much parking on the Robert Burns Drive area. So I don't see too much of an interference with that area. So I kind of like the connectivity, because I think the biggest thing is getting over to the bridge across the circumferential highway to get into Burnside. So I think it's a lot easier path that way to go up Jackson. That's my personal opinion, up a quiet neighborhood subdivision areas versus the high traffic areas of Highfield Drive. That's my opinion. But the only thing I would add was the Robert Burns connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for this report. So bike lanes. So I had a friend who did some research for me. She was very frustrated with the bike lane money, cost involved. So I have some stats here. So benefit cost ratios, that usually is a good indicator of whether a project is investment worthy and if it has good profitable and worthwhile, whether it is a profitable and worthwhile investment. So if Councillor Cleary is correct and the bike counters are correct, which there's some, skepticism. If we had 1.3% of commuters biking in 2021, and that has doubled here in 2026, that still only takes us to a moderate 3% of all commuters bike riding. And so in order for a benefit cost ratio to be a profitable project, it has to equal 1.0. And with a 3% moderate commutership of cyclists, that only gets us to a 0.01 BCR. So it doesn't benefit the most people. It benefits a small percentage of our population, even with an optimistic 5% ridership. So what if we even doubled that yet again, which would be great? It still only equates to a 0.02 BCR. So we would need way, way more riders to make this, according to the definition of a BCR, a worthwhile and profitable investment. Cycling improvements can be valuable, but in Halifax's climate and cost environment, the benefits of AAA is not, in my opinion, worth the cost. With that money, which I guess HRM's portion now is cited at, 55 million, which we know will be increased, just because that's the way these things work. That could be better spent going towards transit upgrades, sidewalk builds, street recaps, where way more residents and taxpayers would benefit. And seasonal weather constraints further weaken the investment case. We do have alternatives that we would have to look outside of the AAA standards for bike infrastructure, but alternatives do exist that target the same goals more effectively, more cost efficiently for more people all year. So on your alternatives, it seems reasonable to go with the less expensive alternatives. For 2 out of 3 of them, I was in favor of for this report, but it is very, very expensive for projects that benefit such a small percentage of our ridership and of our taxpayers. And anyway, that's just my my perspective on that. And I thank my friend, she knows who she is, who spent 12 hours on a big report for me. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we'll move to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't even know where to start on this, so I'm going to start here. When did we build our first segment of the AAA network?
Well, I'll start through you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the segments of the network predated the network itself. So, there's the bikeway on Hollis Street, for example. There's a number of bikeways that were in place, I think, before the network. But do we know which one happened?
Okay.
I think probably our first segment of AAA infrastructure that forms a connection in the network is South Park Street. So that would have been
that was 2017
20
or 18.
Yeah, 2017, I think, was the first phase.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is 2017 up to 2029 when we're looking at having this done now. Is that correct? So that's 12 years. What are we spending on road maintenance for vehicles over that 12-year period?
I'd have to defer that to, I don't have that number at the tip of my tongue.
Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works. Rough estimate, I'm going to say about 900 million over those years.
Thank you. So that's 900 million, 12 years. That's not for anything new. That's for keeping up with infrastructure we have. We're talking about building something new that has so many dimensions to it, none of which are discussed in this report. For I think what is now 85 million. I'm having really trouble following the numbers, but my point being is just this is just such a drop in the bucket, and I find all of this nitpicking over cost kind of exhausting and a waste of time. I want to point out that the reason we're here is this is my understanding, Councillor Austin asked for an update on like, how's it going? How's the network going? Like, how much longer is it going to be to get this done? And we received a report back of how delayed we are and how much it's going to cost. And it's just been spiraling and spiraling into this negative conversation. And we have a process where we look at these projects one by one. And this is not it. Like this, I just find this super uncomfortable to come in and say, oh, we can change this direction here when we're skipping over this more deeper process that goes into looking at everything. And council did not want to see the costs and benefits of this when we had this report. So we're just not looking at the whole picture at all here. Can I ask, when we're looking at breaking down the costs for each of these projects, how can we attribute 60% of the cost of a local street bikeway to cycling benefits? You can talk about that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the methodology that was developed made assumptions for each facility type. Local street bikeway, as you mentioned, we assumed 60% of benefits to cyclists, 20% to pedestrians, 20% to vehicular traffic. There's no exact science to this. It is making assumptions. The fact that we're building a local street bikeway, the primary benefit is to provide a facility for cyclists. The other facilities we talk about, multi-use paths and protected bikeways, we assign all of the costs to active transportation users, but with local street bikeways, we recognize that there are.
Sorry, okay. I understand that. I'm going to run out of time. Can we do committee of the whole? Is it too late to ask for that? Because How do I ask for that? I put a motion on the floor for committee of the whole. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll come back. Thanks.
Colleagues, I see a number of speakers coming around for the second time, so I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to swap with me so I can chime in for the first time, and then we'll carry on from there. Thank you.
Percent increase. What's HMAP's portion?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and colleagues. Certainly one thing I've learned in working with you for over a year now is that we all want a connected active transportation network. There's no question of that. But I also know that during an affordability crisis, we can't demand that taxpayers pay for the most expensive solutions to get us to that completed network. I appreciated very much Councillor Mancini's remarks about, well, I think you cracked open the door a little bit to question whether the AAA standard is right. You concluded that it's right for today, but maybe not always. But I'm going to push that door open just a little bit further if colleagues don't mind. The projected cost of the current bike network has increased from $25 million to $85 million. That's a significant escalation, $60 million. Our residents are facing rising utility bills, grocery bills, rent, childcare, and they are, as a result, making very difficult and careful choices on how they're spending their money. Which is why this budget year there's necessarily been a lot of talk about nice to haves and need to haves. And I believe that in today's economic climate, a fully AAA rated bike network is, in my view, a nice to have and not a need to have for today, for right now, for the climate that we're in. And we can come back and see that, revisit that. So I would say, given the scale of this increase, which if we put it in percentages, it's in the ballpark of 360% increase overall and about 1,000% increase for HRM's share. It would only be responsible for us to examine lower cost alternatives, including options that fall outside or below the AAA standard. Lower cost approaches, sometimes referred to as tactical urbanism approaches, and I know we were using the word tactical in the middle option on the slide at $1,100 a meter. I'm talking about much cheaper than that, sort of in the original definition of tactical urbanism. Would allow us to complete the network sooner and cheaper, delivering real usable infrastructure now rather than years from now when the AAA network is anticipated to be completed in 29 or 30. And lower cost options not only allow us to complete the network faster and cheaper, but as I was just saying, they also preserve our flexibility to upgrade over time as financial conditions improve, instead of locking taxpayers into higher upfront costs today. The intent of requesting this report is to deliver a connected network in the most affordable way possible and to identify meaningful options that achieve real savings. In my view, the staff recommendation before us only tinkers around the edges of costs, delivering marginal reductions of less than $5 million. Many cities deliver safe and comfortable cycling routes using interim or tactical designs at a fraction of the cost, and it is possible for us to prioritize safety while remaining flexible on design where appropriate. We must also be mindful of provincial work underway to improve traffic movement across the region, ensure that our decisions do not unintentionally undermine those efforts. And I know this is a source of discomfort for many of us. Right now, HRM ranks third worst for congestion in Canada, behind only Vancouver and Toronto, if you subscribe to the TomTom methodology. And we need to be cautious that the significant infrastructure construction required for a fully compliant AAA network does not make congestion worse in the regional center. We must be mindful of that. It's important to remember that under the Link Nova Scotia Act, if the province determines that certain transportation infrastructure is hindering the coordinated movement of people and goods, it has the authority to mandate changes, and the municipality may be required to cover the costs of those modifications. Again, this is a source of terrible discomfort for us, but it is the legislative reality. For these reasons, I ask you to join me in voting against the main motion and in support of Alternative 3, which allows Council to consider a broader range of affordable, less infrastructure-intensive options. It's not about scaling back the network. It's about delivering it responsibly, affordably, and more rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to switch back? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't explain that, but I certainly believe you. So I'm going to call upon you next, then Councillor Young, then Councillor Steele. Then we'll go to the folks that are coming back a second time. So Councillor Hinch, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I am all for the AAA bikeway network. I'm all for that stuff. I'm not a biker, you know, but I do have concerned citizens and concerned residents in my area, and Novalee Drive really concerns me. I just want to read a brief email that I received from one of my residents just the other day. Councillor Hinch, I'm writing as a resident and a regular cyclist who commute downtown. I understand that there has been a decision about adding a bike lane to Novalee Drive. I wanted to share my perspective. As someone who cycles daily, I do not see a need for a bike lane on Novalee. Cyclists already have two fully protected and functional routes, Isville and Devonshire. Both provide safe, separate connections towards downtown, and that meet the needs of the commuters without requiring additional construction or disruption on Novalee. So I take that email to heart, but also my thing is that when I look at the performance criterias, mostly in this area we have seniors who take transit. If you reduce transit, what's going to happen to those seniors? For one thing, 69, I think it was 69 parking spaces. That would be totally wiped out as well. I mean, no, it was 69. So I like Councillor Austin. I'm not comfortable with Novalee at all. So, and from my understanding that it wasn't on the prior network system or something. So can you explain that to me, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for Novalee, just to clarify, there's no proposed impact to transit. Transit service would be retained on Novalee. We're just recognizing that having the bike lanes run on Novalee we'd have to kind of figure out how the bus stops work with the bike lane. There's no proposed impact to transit. You mentioned there is an impact to parking, which we've recognized. And finally, Novalee's always been in the plan. It's just we had proposed previously, I guess the current base case is a multi-use pathway on the west side of Novalee. So it's essentially a similar facility. It's just moving it back onto the street, which makes the cost go down. It has impacts though with parking, as we've mentioned.
So I know I've been to maybe one public participation at the YMCA. Was there any public participation for Novalee or anything of that nature in that area?
The recent engagement event that you attended would have been for the North End Complete Streets project, which is a different
yes,
a different study or a different part of the project. So the Novalee multi-use pathway was proposed as part of the North End West End AAA bikeway functional plan that was brought to council, I think, in 2020 or 2021. So that process would have included engagement.
So was there a concern with Novalee at that time from public engagement?
I'd have to look back into the summary report from that engagement to get a full understanding of that. I wasn't involved in the project, so I'd have to get back to you with more information on that.
Okay.
the What We Heard report would be.
I just don't feel it makes sense for Novalee, that part of Novalee anyways. Is there anything that we can do to, like, I know Councillor Austin make an amendment on his, or request an amendment on the motion, or?
Councillor Hinch, it's not clear to me whether you're objecting to the installation of a AAA bike network on Novalee or whether you're objecting to the modification of the planned AAA bike network.
I'm objecting to the whole thing. Does it need to be on Novalee? Does there need to be that in that area? That's my question.
Okay. I'm the traffic cop in the conversation, not the answer provider, so I'm going to sit back. And Councillor Hinch, you're out of time on that one, so let us regroup and we'll buzz back in again.
I'm out of time?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And in any case, we can use the time to come up, find an answer for you, okay? All right, thank you. So let's move, if we don't mind, to Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mike and staff. So based on the report, you're saying like 2020, the amount was 25 million. It's now up to 85 million and 65 million to complete the current AAA model, with the HRM left to pay 55 million. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Mine's more of a broader observation. Similar to Councillor Purdy's comments on the cost benefit, it says 77% of the benefits of the network costs will be realized by the cyclists, 20% pedestrians, and 3% vehicle traffic. For those with limited mobility, what would their percentage be as a benefit? What are the user numbers of the cyclists? I know Councillor Clary said it was 500K. I don't know where those figures are coming from, but I'll go with it. Do these numbers provide a positive cost benefit analysis for the taxpayers based on the usage 12 months of the year? That's my second one, I believe my second question. And it mentions that the multi-use pathways that are included in funding, the federal and provincial. So is that allocated only to a certain area? Because the multi-use pathway works better out in District 14 where I'm at, with no buses and a lack of community safety too as well. And just to end it, so I believe somebody said debating over the cost. Well, debating over the cost is what we should be doing for the taxpayer and the HRM as a whole. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of limited mobility users, the breakdown we were requested to look at included pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and vehicles. So it didn't get into that fine grain. In terms of user numbers for cyclists, I don't have that in front of me, but we do have counters that count specific. I think there's 17 different counters across the municipality that we monitor cycling on. In terms of cost benefit, we can understand one side of that equation pretty clearly, but it's when we get into assessing benefits, that's a whole other exercise, and that's kind of a value judgment. So we don't have an established methodology for that right now. So I can't answer that for you, but we do understand the costs a little bit more clearly. Of course, we do see significant benefits with the cycling network, but it's hard to put a number on that. The last one I believe was around multi-use pass and whether that's for a certain area. The funding that's before us for the AAA network is specific to the regional center. That's what it's allocated for, so it's only eligible for that particular network.
Thank you very much, and we'll go on to Councillor Steele, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to acknowledge this is a difficult conversation for all of us. And I think everyone wants to do the right thing and to respect residents' requests for affordability. I think we're trying to do the right thing, not only in the short term right now for this budget year we're going into, but the long term. So, you know, we need to think about both the short term and the long term. I do have a question around mode shift. For example, if we were to move to the unprotected painted lines, could we expect the mode shift that we are anticipating gaining as our bike lanes become connected? So maybe some comments on that. I'm also wondering if we were to move to the unprotected painted lines, would we lose any of the committed federal and provincial dollars that are already there? Or do we have enough protected work that we are planning to do and has already been approved, I guess? So I'm wondering about that, recognizing that we may lose the potential for future funding. And then finally, Mayor Fillmore raised the province, and we know the province became involved with Morris Street. Did we consult with the province on these options that are being brought forward today? And if yes, what was their response?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The first question around expected mode shift with unprotected versus protected, that's a difficult question to answer. You know, we wouldn't see the same mode shift to an unprotected facility that we would see from a protected. The protected facilities are geared toward all ages and abilities. Unprotected is more going to attract people that are already comfortable cycling. So it's hard to say exactly what the impact on mode shift would be, but certainly I would say not as high as for the protected options. Impact on federal funding and provincial funding with unprotected. So our interpretation of the agreement is that we need to spend that funding on protected options only, not unprotected. I do expect that there are plenty of protected options left in the network to fund that, use that $9 to $11 million that's left of federal funding. And a provincial review. So we have consulted with the province on the three alternatives that we're proposing. They have indicated that they're generally positive, but they would like to be involved in our functional planning process that would follow.
I have a couple of supplementary questions then, just on that. We consulted with the province during the planning process for bringing forward these recommendations. Were any options eliminated after consulting with the province? And if so, what were they maybe?
We did not have any options that were eliminated through consultation with the province. These three alternatives were introduced to the province, and we received feedback that they were okay in principle with them.
Okay. And then my last question is around demographics. Based on the 500 and some thousand people that use the bike lanes, do we have a sense of the demographics? One thing I'm always concerned about as a counselor is, do we have something for every demographic group in our municipalities? So sometimes we have programs that target certain populations. And I'm wondering, you know, for example, do we have a sense of what is the demographic that uses bike lanes, and are we providing the same level of service to that demographic as we are perhaps to other demographics?
So in terms of demographic statistics, we would look to things like the census. We also have a traveler opinion survey that the municipality's done, that we would look to those sources for understanding of who's cycling. We haven't done detailed review on how that relates to the network and planning. It is an important consideration. We actually have a report that we're working on right now for Transportation Standing Committee on cycling for youth. So we have a little bit more work to do to understand demographics and how it impacts cycling, but it's not something that I can provide a lot of information on right now.
Okay. I'd be interested in the socioeconomic status as well of those people that cycle, if you're working on a report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll go to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was going to move an amendment, but then with Councillor Hinch raising issues that she has concerns with the one in her area, I wonder if we could just vote on these separately. The three?
I don't think there's, and let's see, I don't think there's ever any problem with breaking a motion.
If we can, which I
down.
think.
I don't, that might get where you want to go. It's not clear to me yet that it'll help Councillor Hinch.
Well, no, because then we can all vote on the Highfield, Novalee, all of them as separate items.
I understand. Perhaps I misunderstood Councillor Hinch. She doesn't. I think I heard her say she does not want the segment on Novalee at all. So she's looking to kill the segment on Novalee, which we can't get to. Is that correct? Yeah, which we can't get to by.
Okay,
So it's all your
well,
problem, but not hers.
I'll go ahead with my
we can vote on them
original plan then.
Yep. Yep, we're going to vote on them separately. Yep, absolutely. Good floor shares, Councillor.
Okay. All right. So that's good because then I can focus on Highfield on that. So, just to some of the discussion that we're having, affordability, absolutely important, but affordability is about more than just what your tax rate is. The most unaffordable thing most households have is the car sitting in the driveway that costs us thousands of dollars a year. One of the best things we can do for affordability for many of the people who are struggling the most is to make sure they have alternatives, whether that's transit or whether that's, in some cases, that's a bicycle. That is affordability. This is an investment in affordability. When we talk about costs and the increase, yes, it's up. So is everything. We had a lot of debate about the Windsor Street Exchange, for example, but the room was a little reversed back then. Mode shift. So one of the things, there's two references to the counters. The counters are a mechanical device under the pavement registering the bike coming over it. It's data, right? We could debate what that means, what we should do with it, what the conclusions from that data should be, but, it's like having a debate about gravity, right? It is what it is. If you don't like the number, well, I don't know what to tell you. I've been digging into that each month, and I actually did a big breakdown in one section, looking at some of our longest running counters. And if you look at it over basically 4 years worth of data, I haven't added 2025 yet, South Park Street had a 263% increase in cycling usage from when it launched. Windsor Street, which is just paint, 12. You get what you pay for. It is very clear in our own data, in the academic literature out there, experience from elsewhere. We can spend, if we want to do just lines of paint on a street, we're not going to get people riding. And we'll probably kill people too, right? Because that's the infrastructure that's the most dangerous. So we should absolutely not be watering this down. We should continue with the all ages and abilities. One of the things, there's moments in this job every now and then that land. And for me, one of them was after the Wise Road bike lane was put in. And it's tactical. We did that one on the cheap, right? It's bolted down curb. It's not the South Park Cadillac. When we did, on the design concrete side, but when we did Wise Road, after that went in, I remember that summer being over at the splash pad when it was launched, and there was 3 kids riding home on Wise Road because they had a safe, protected place to be. And that has a lot of value and a lot of that gives independence. This is a project that it's not just a dollar and cent on a page. This is a societal good that we're working on, and the benefits of this are greater than just what number of cyclists. What's the benefit for that parent that didn't have to take their kid down to the splash pad? That their kid had the independence to get there on their own. What's the benefit to the commuter who isn't never going to ride a bike themselves, but now there's not another car in front of them in congestion, right? This actually. I kind of didn't want to get into the cost value piece of this, but that's staff did their best with it, but it's not very compelling. right? Because it doesn't capture the totality, which is what Councillor White had been trying to get at before, of what we were doing here. So we're going to vote on these separately? Okay. So I will circle back on Highfield one last time, but this is about affordability. This project delivers affordability. This is about providing for people, and it is more expensive, but so is everything we do. And yet we don't put the road budget to the same scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Deagle-Gammon, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a challenging debate this is. We think about, we're talking about affordability. Into this today, having read that, having been part of a conversation earlier with the staff on the report, along with Councillor Mancini. Thank you for letting me crash your party there. And really wanting to hear from the local councillors where this really affects their neighborhoods and the places that they know best. What I'm really a little bit concerned about is that this is entirely debt funded, like Councillor Mancini said. And we have to start thinking about where our debt ceiling is. And we haven't got yet to the capital budget. So that's coming up later this week. So we have to try to figure out, where do we want that debt ceiling? What's the priority? Would the priority be on gravel roads, on Parks and Rec, on the bicycle network, the AAA? Like, everybody has something that's very important to them, and HRM as a whole has all kinds of issues that are important. So what we're talking about is trying to figure out where those priorities are. And kids cycling safely, that's a big thing. But this is also quite a bit of money as well. So I'm still in the trying to figure out how to vote on this, and I sincerely appreciate all of the conversations and especially the work that you guys have done, to come through on this. I guess the only thing that would have been nice, and you can't manufacture federal funding, so you couldn't find us another source because it doesn't exist. That would have made this so much easier if we knew where there was going to be more money. But so I guess it's just ramblings of thought about what is it that we want to do. And we talk a whole bunch about making people safe. And so, cyclists need to be safe as well. The question is, do we do this now, or does it get put off for a little while? So I guess that's the thing for us to all to ponder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll move to Councillor Cleary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Austin talked a lot about the points that I wanted to. The only thing I will add to what he said is on residents' affordability. The Canadian Automobile Association says that car ownership costs around $13,000 a year. So if you can provide people with a real alternative to owning a car, you just save them probably more than double their tax bill or triple their tax bill, depending on where they live. The question around the data, so Councillor Austin mentioned that, it's on our own website. So if you go to halifax.ca, go to streets, go to IMP, go to the dashboard, you can see the vehicle counts there, and you can actually look at each of the different counters and see individuals, streets, etc., by month. Someone mentioned, Councillor Steele, the sort of mode shift. Dr. Sarah Kirk at Dalhousie has done a fair deep dive into the literature on this one, and I was just reading some of the journals from the Journal of Cycling and Micromobility Research. And if you look at actual and perceived comfort and safety, those are key factors. So if you don't make it comfortable for people to get on a bike lane or a local street bikeway or whatever it happens to be, they don't go. And so we know from the literature that that is a major factor in mode shift. I'll go back to sort of, we're talking about this because the price has gone up. We've had a lot of projects, rec centers, other things where councillors have had to bring motions and say, price has gone up, we need more money, we do it. And we've done it pretty much for all of them. I was looking at one of in our province, the biggest price tag I could find for a project. So if you remember back when Stephen McNeil was premier, long before COVID, they started the hospital expansion project. It was $1 billion. And then in 2018, it was a $2 billion project. I don't know if anyone's gone to their website recently. It's now a $7.4 billion project. And he said in the news article that it was good value for money. And in fact, they had a Deloitte, I think it was, did analysis and said this particular thing with plenary is actually saving money. It's going to be I almost feel like I got to do an Austin Powers thing here, $7.4 billion from $1 billion or $2 billion in October 2018. The price of everything has gone up. The scope of this project has gone up. The inflation, construction materials, labor has all gone up. So, you kind of have to ask yourself, is it worth doing poorly and essentially wasting the money? Or do you do it right and invest the money? And actually, Councillor Purdy is back in her seat. So, so for things like cost-benefit ratios or benefit-cost ratios, depending on which one you put on the numerator or denominator, you need a financial figure. So we know what the cost is. I'd love to talk to your friend. What did she use as revenue or savings? Because how do you quantify that financially? I'll talk to you afterwards to see if she had any, because I'd be curious to know how you actually do that. So payback, benefit-cost ratio, you need to have a numerator and a denominator in the same units. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, the number 3 beside Deputy Mayor's name should be a 0. So we're going to go to the Deputy Mayor now. And you're out of time.
Yeah, and that should be 5 minutes, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, bike lanes. Back in December, I went to a global summit on the Strong Cities Network, and the topic was about public safety and social cohesion. And on almost every panel of that summit, bike lanes were brought up. And this was mayors and deputy mayors from around the world, across Africa, Europe, North America, Eastern Europe. Bike lanes were a controversy. And, it was one of the biggest topics that was causing kind of a rupture in social cohesion in cities globally. And so here we are. We're not alone in this being a difficult conversation. This is something that many cities are facing. And one of the most inspiring speakers at that summit was the mayor of the largest city in Mozambique. And, when he was running for mayor, bike lanes were a big topic of conversation during that election. And so after the election, he went and he bought a bike and tried to figure out, what this was all about. And he's now known as the biking mayor of Africa. And he, he's pretty amazing, like talking about the benefits of biking, the benefits to congestion, the benefits to the environment, the benefits to health outcomes, the benefits to equity. And, these are the same things that we're talking about, everywhere. We're talking about them here. So I just wanted to provide that context. In terms of prices going up, it's true. Prices for everything have gone up, but so has need in our city. We're experiencing unprecedented growth and a demand for more and more and more things, which weighs on me heavily because I know that we do not have the revenue to support all the things. One of the challenges I always have in this council is we tend to look at things in silos. We look at projects on a project by project basis, and it's difficult to kind of get the whole scope of everything that's happening across the municipality and the demands on all the different things. I suffer from a real lack of sidewalks in District 11, and I know it's not my district. I know it's other districts too. I have people walking in the road to get to a bus stop. And, the $5 million savings that are being proposed here are not going to deliver me, the sidewalks that I need. But at the same time, I do think we need to look at stretching our dollars. And so I'm kind of, think that, yes, we need the AAA network. we can't compromise on that. But if there's a cheaper way to deliver it, I at this point am very supportive of that. And if it means the tactical bollards instead of the raised pavement, then I am supportive of that. And I also am supportive of going forward, finding more ways to find cost savings in implementing more infrastructure. So, for those reasons, I'm going to support the staff recommendations that have been presented here today. I appreciate going back and looking for alternatives to achieve, to continue to achieve the AAA, but to find some cost savings, and just would like to see that lens put on other aspects of our infrastructure. As we know, we need more, and we're falling behind. We're falling behind quite significantly in other areas of the city. And so I would say, let's move forward with this. Let's get her done. We can go back another day, another time, if we want to elevate to the separated pathway. But we need to move forward, and then we need to start looking at other aspects of our pedestrian and cycling and mobility network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Councillor Mintz. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to go to Councillor Mancini for a time check. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're at the time for our mid-afternoon recess, and we'll do just that and convene back here at 3:30. Okay, thank you.
get underway. And Mr. Clerk, who's top of the list?
I have Councillor Mancini at the top of the list.
And we'll go to Councillor Mancini. Thank you.
How interesting, the mayor talked about not talking too much, and then he hands the mic over to me. So, don't know what's being said there, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, you know, I have to look for new friends because Councillor Purdy gets her friends to write reports. My friend would tell me to F off if I suggested they write a report for me. So anyhow, Mike, I'm wondering if you could help me out here. A couple of things that were brought up in our discussion. First of all, Councillor Austin's concern about Dartmouth North and his concern about having the bike route not be in a high field, and he explained the reasons why. So could you respond to that? And you know, is there another alternative to that which is suggested? Because my concern is of all the three recommendations, that's the one would save us the most money. But so if you could respond to that. And second to that, the mayor has suggested that we vote down the staff recommendation and come forward on alternative 3. Could you describe what alternative 3 looks like? Could you put that in simple language? If we were to go with alternative 3, what does that mean to the network? What does the network look like? And also tied to as much as you can to funding. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mancini. So for Dartmouth North, you know, we do recognize that there are trade-offs with the directness and the connectivity for cycling. Those are trade-offs that are real. You know, we can explore opportunities to make connections between the proposed local street bikeways in Highfield Park. Councillor Hensby mentioned one alternative that could be considered. You know, I'd also draw attention to the fact that I alluded to it in the presentation, but there is benefits of not having transit and bikes on the same street. And Highfield Park Drive is a proposed bus rapid transit network, which will inevitably bring conflicts between bikes and transit. So there are other benefits of being not on Highfield. We recognize the trade-offs of leaving there for bikes, though. In terms of the non-AAA review, that's councillor or the third alternative in front of council. It's hard to say exactly what that would look like, but I would say what we would look at the remaining pieces of the network and try to figure out where it might make sense to consider non-protected options like painted bike lanes. You know, there are trade-offs built into that, as you can imagine, with you know, not being as attractive to the wide range of cyclists, but we can consider that on a street-by-street basis. And I would remind council that those alternatives would not be eligible for the AAA funding.
Right.
If they're not protected.
Just my last 10 seconds, and so if the staff recommendation is approved today, you still come back to council with the design work, right? Is that not correct?
Correct. We would do functional planning for those 3 alternatives and come back to council with for a final recommendation.
And it could incorporate those suggestions. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It could incorporate like Councillor Hensby's suggestion in Dartmouth North also.
I think we could look at it at a high level. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you so much, Mike. I just want to confirm. So we currently have $11 million worth of additional funding on the table, and I want to make sure that regardless of, or I want my vote to be informed by making sure that we capture all of the funds available for the AAA bike network before we look at, you know, what we might do beyond that. Regardless of how we vote today, can you confirm for me that there are enough projects on the go that will be AAA that we can, you know, intake and spend all of the other level of government funding, regardless of whether we pick up, or regardless of what happens today in this vote?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there are. We're quite confident there are enough projects left that will use that funding.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That takes us to Councillor White, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to point out that I agree with you on faster and tactical. The problem I see over the number of years and going forward in Halifax is that we're not willing, whether it's this council or the province, to take away road space, and that's why we end up with these tricky things. Part of the report we haven't talked about yet is University Avenue. It's on page B4. We could save $3 million with that project if we were willing to take out the parking on University Avenue. And those things, they just don't pass here, or the province doesn't want them. Like, I'm all for it. You all saw my email. I was excited to come and try and save us $3 million by doing that, but there isn't the political will to do that. So we're kind of stuck in this trickier spot. I just wanted to comment on what I had been asking for with this motion with the project breakdown, and had some discussion with staff. My understanding when they broke down the costs here, it was just looking at one bucket of money. For example, maybe if staff could speak to the 3 different buckets we discussed for Brunswick Street, to kind of illustrate how when a project happens, there are more buckets of money than just the AAA, and how we do try and coordinate with other work going on. So that's all I was trying to illustrate, is that when we do work, that cycling benefits are part of it, but there's so much more that gets improved when we do a lot of our projects. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Austin, please.
Oh,
Was there a?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a mic.
Just about those 3 different buckets of money for, and if they apply to all projects or just some.
Could you clarify the 3 different buckets?
Yeah, we spoke yesterday about Brunswick, and there was a pot of money that was primarily road work. Then there was the bicycle work, and then there was the public space. But all those come together to do a project. So that's what I was looking for going forward, is to see all the money that goes into a project, and can we really spell it out, all these benefits? Because I think it all gets blamed on bike lanes when we're all getting benefits.
Okay, yeah, so we do our best to integrate these projects with capital works where stated good repair projects require them. So, you know, if a street, if we're going to do a local street bikeway, for example, we'll try to do that at a time when that street was going to be recapped and there's benefits. So the overall costs of the pavement for a local street bikeway, you know, that benefits more than just bikes. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, like it's a road. It's for driving.
Right. So it's quite challenging to allocate with any scientific approach the cost to different modes. It comes down to the assumptions you make. We've done our best in the report to kind of outline.
I just want to iterate that as we go forward and we do our regular process of projects coming to us, when we're looking at the cost, like a real thoughtful look at where those are allocated, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Purdy, please.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I buzzed into, but just no, just the one. I forgot to mention this the first time I spoke. The importance of on-street parking spaces, especially around hospitals, especially for folks who live outside of the core. And just a personal anecdote, like just when I was at the hospital every day the month before Christmas, even with the free parking and the parkade that that the government has built, there were several days where the parkade was completely full with no extra parking spots. So it's quite a challenge to find a parking spot in that area with all of the street improvements that have been done and just the removal of on-street parking. So, I mean, I'm able-bodied, so the only problem was, the cold weather. But for, say an elderly partner visiting, their partner in the hospital or something, it's just more stress. So to be mindful of that, I think is really important. And also on the funding, I'm wondering, so we have funding for AAA standard, but would there be other options for funding for, active transportation that doesn't meet the AAA standard, for other projects that might accommodate a lesser scale to kind of promote the same type of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, You know, there's a range of funding programs that are usually available, and each one's different. We don't have any right in front of us right now to talk about, but we would look to opportunities,
Right.
And you know, each one's different, and it comes down to what that funding stream.
So there could be potentially more opportunities for funding models that we're just not aware of yet because we haven't actually pursued them for different alternatives to the AAA.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a process question. So it's been recommended that we split out, when we come time to vote, that we split out the three projects, Novelty Drive, Victoria and Highfield Park, Wellsford Street, excuse me. So if we vote down one of these, we say no to it, could you explain what does that mean? So we vote, it's been suggested, gentlemen, that we vote on each project separately. Say for example, Councillor Hinch has brought up questions about Novalee. So if we vote that down, your recommendation, then what happens then? It goes back to the original project that was stated for that street. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we would proceed with.
And that's for all three of them. It goes all three of these have projects. These are a variation of the projects. So just to make sure everyone's clear on it, we vote it down, it goes back to the original. So which means more expense and the other elements. Thank you. I just want to make sure everyone was clear on that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hartling, please.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pick up two threads, again, related to the mayor's suggestion that we vote down and explore cheaper options. One of the things that he mentioned was that it would provide the opportunity for us to expedite the network. I'm wondering if you could speak to that. The other thing that I'm wondering is that between all of the options that present, we looked at three. Is there more than three? If we look for cheaper options to explore that are not AAA, could we revisit whether it makes sense for us to pursue AAA after we've looked at a suite of options, and not just the, like I said, not just the which roads we're using, but what version of the bike network we might be considering? Because I'm also wondering, to be fully honest with you, given that there doesn't seem to be great love for the alternatives presented, I'm wondering, is there an option for us to do it cheaper, but in the right location or in the preferred location? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of expediting delivery, non-protected options would, I expect, be easier to deliver. I would caution, though, I don't know if there's a lot of opportunities. We've talked a lot in the past about how we've done all the easy ones already, and there's not a lot of easy ones left. So,
right. I appreciate that.
Just caution there. But, in terms of how we would execute alternative three, we would focus on putting it on the routes we've identified because we think those are the best routes, but inevitably we could consider parallel routes or similar what we've done with the exercise that we did to date. We came up with three options through the review of the network that was based on the assumption that all ages and abilities was an assumption that it was needed to be part of that network.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mike, I just have a question about, so on the peninsula, do they pay an area rate or is that under the general tax rate? Because in the outer line districts, they pretty well have to pay for area rate for any AT or bike lanes.
Through Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that myself. I'm not sure if there's somebody else from staff who might be able to help with that one. Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Through the mayor to the councillor, so there's no area rate within the urban, the tax boundary required to fund the construction of active transportation infrastructure. So it's in the rural area that we have the rural AT program and the consideration of area rates to fund construction of sidewalk and multi-use pathways.
So does that rate get paid by everybody for the peninsula or just? Is that paid by, does everybody pay that rate for the funding of the bike lanes in the peninsula?
Yeah, everyone within the urban tax boundary would pay the same rate. But there's no special area rate that's earmarked, that generates revenue earmarked for active transportation infrastructure in the urban.
In the urban, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So help me understand this. So if I was to ask to vote on Nova Leaf separately, and if it was turned down, then it would be, the only option would be the most expensive one. Is that correct? The original one? I'm asking to turn it down altogether to right. That would be a separate motion. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to ask for that. I am going to take my third option off the table and just go with the regular motion that's on the table.
Thank
that
you
make
very
sense?
It does. Yes.
Okay.
And we'll have future talks about what another motion might look like if you would like. And we'll go to Councillor Austin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In anticipation of closing maybe the debate, I wanted to put in my just pitch for one more time for everyone. On Highfield, I'm asking you to vote no for that. And the reasons, I think, are good ones. It goes to the population is over here, and we want to put the bike lane over here. We know in transportation, be putting transportation infrastructure where the greatest density is. And Highfield is where we have the residents now, and it's where the greatest increase in residents in that neighborhood is going to be, right? That's where we've zoned land for high density. Yes, there's some challenges in terms of making a bus stop work, where you also have a bike lane going past it. But, to me, that challenge is far outweighed by the gain you get when someone can take their bike, ride down to that transit terminal, put the bike on the front of their bus, go to their destination, and then use the bike there. Like, there's lots of out there about bikes being the last mile solution in many cases for people on transit. I would suggest to you what will have conflict with transit is if the bike infrastructure is, because I talked about Highfield being kind of two islands, if the bike infrastructure is over on Island B and most of the people are on Island A, and one of the routes between them is actually not a street, it is the transit terminal. Well, guess what you're going to do? You're going to ride right through our transit terminal. That's going to be more conflict than having people on Highfield. So I really think, yes, we could save some money on this, but it is a penny wise, pound foolish sort of decision. And I feel like, the $1 million that we're talking about, as an alternative local street bikeway, it's almost just there to make us feel good. Look, we connected things. We drew some lines on a map. It's not actually effective. If we're going to do this, we should do it right. We should put it I'm open to ideas. If staff want to come back and say, hey, we could do this with tactical, we did that on Wise Road. It works. I'm fine with it not being super pretty. It's more important that it's functional. I'm open to a tactical sort of option on there. I'd even consider, as much as it pains me, putting it off, add another year or something to the schedule. But to do this in a way through that area that just does not line up, does not connect, does not work with transit, is not where the people are, and to spend, throw away design dollars we've already spent to have such an inferior option. This doesn't make any sense. Please vote that one down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Process question. So the only way for you, Mr. Mayor, to put your alternative number 3 on the floor is for each one of these bikeways to be voted down, and then that opens the way for that alternative. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that was my closing remark, colleagues. Councillor St. Amand.
Actually, I have a related question, because alternative 3 doesn't seem entirely mutually exclusive to functional planning and functional design occurring on one or as many as 3 of these particular bikeways. So even if we were to proceed with at least approving one version of each of these three, we still have the option of asking the CAO to identify cost opportunities across the network more broadly and look at alternatives to the AAA network. Wouldn't this be an amendment as opposed to an alternative in the strictest sense?
As in alternative 3.
Can I ask you, Councillor Saint Amand, do you mean that the three elements of the main motion, should they pass, you would like to add, you would like to modify that main motion to say, but going forward, past those three, that the spirit of the alternative 3 would prevail? Is that what you mean?
To me, that seems appropriate.
I don't think that can be an amendment, and I'll explain why. It's because staff is directed to proceed on the basis of a AAA byte network, and so even the alternatives are still meet the AAA network. Alternative 3 is to not go forward with that, but to take an alternative direction. So it might be something to look at for future years, but currently you'd have to actually rescind the whole direction and take a new route if you want us to put that aside and start looking at something other than AAA network. We're too far down in the AAA network now. But absolutely, if council, either decides to, move away from that and rescind the direction, then that's one route. But to try and straddle a fence and do the AAA network and the non-AAA network is not going to be feasible, I don't think. Is that fair?
Yeah, if I could just try to summarize where we're at, and I think the key piece is that, sorry, I'm just looking for my notes. So we analyzed basically 23 projects over the next 2 years. Staff looked at that. They looked at it through a AAA lens, and they said, all right, what can we do within the AAA framework to save money? So they've come up with these 3 projects. The rest, there was nothing as you were looking at it through a AAA lens. If you pass the motion today, let's go with that first. What's important is the next steps. There's still another 16 projects over the last 2 years of the program, adding to $36 million. They still have to be analyzed by staff, the same way that we just did these first 2 years. So we're going to do that work and come back with that, okay? What's important to staff is what we're analyzing, and what we're being very clear on is we're using the AAA lens. That is the order on the table right now from council, unless you tell us otherwise. You could tell us, for example, that final 2 years of the program, go away, and we want you to look at the cheapest alternatives. In other words, we want you to look at painted network wherever possible. Now, staff was clear. There's not that many opportunities left because we're now into the complex bits, but it certainly puts it in play. Then you get to these first 2 years. If you want us to basically stop all engines, and I don't know what that means to the capital plan tomorrow, but there is a direction which you say, you know what, we want you to go back, do the same exercise again, only now we want you to look at painted bike lanes in these first 23 projects that you looked at. Again, I can't speak. We didn't look at it that way, and I don't know what the result would be, but that is certainly an option. However, that's going to slow us down because we're basically I would have to figure out how many projects that impacts. And so we're in deja vu all over again if we start to go to that kind of reset. So I don't know if that's helpful, but that's what alternative 3 is basically saying, is look at all the projects through the cheapest possible lens.
Okay, more than anything, I was thinking about the limited time frame because everything that was analyzed was in the next 2 construction years, but the horizon for the overall project extends beyond that, and so we didn't look at those other projects that might be considered to rein in on costs.
Absolutely, we're trying to do everything to keep things in motion because the other thing is council's been very clear: finish the darn network. Right, so it's AAA, get her done, and so that's the lens we continue to go on. If council wants to completely shift gears on this, we'll carry out the will of council.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Hansby.
Just looking at the National Active Transportation Report of 1921, hold on, where is Now let me get to the first page here. From 2021 to 2026, in motion. And the minister likes to thank Andy Fillmore and another Brian Pincott for the leading engagement for this national strategy. And on page 22 of page 23 of the report, the Halifax AAA bike network is highlighted as one of those key projects in regards to 30 kilometers of connected bikeways system. So just want to let them know that we were highlighting that report, and the mayor, then MP, was also highlighting that report. So I guess we got to keep a promise.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think anybody on that panel knew what AAA meant, but they did like our connected network, that's for sure. We will go to Councillor Mancini.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, real quickly, I just want to build on what Brad mentioned. You know, my original motion was for all of the network, and they've just focused on in this 2 years what we're discussing today. So regardless of what happens today, staff are going to come back and look at all the network. So, and I was going to call for the question, but Councillor Hartling jumped in. So there you go.
Very good. Okay, thank you for that discussion. And colleagues, with that, I will ask you to vote these three down until we can move alternative 3. And shall we have the question?
Just to briefly explain what's going to happen in terms of the voting order, we will have 3 votes, each of them for the separate lanes identified there in the report, Novalee, then Victoria, then Wellsford, and then a 4th final vote on part 2 of the motion, which is to pursue federal and provincial funding opportunities.
Point of clarification, Councillor Mancini.
When we do the vote, you bring up the slides on each of those with the 2 maps, so people are really clear on what we're voting on. So in my
think we can do that. However, I don't believe that the screen will be available at the same time.
All right, don't worry.
Of a dilemma. And the motion carries. The motion fails. Oh, are you waiting for me? Oh, sorry about that. I'm trying to make you sweat, Brad. No worries. Motion carries. Sorry, what's this part?
Federal and provincial, just keep looking for funding opportunities.
Oh, keep looking. Okay.
That's a yay.
Yeah, thank you. The motion carries. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much to the staff for being on the ball today and being so responsive and all the work that went behind it. Sorry to move so quickly. We are going to go to the in-camera section of the report now, and I understand that Councillor Mancini is prepared to test each of the elements of the in-camera, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, the first one's real easy. I'll test the in-camera minutes at the 17.1 that the 26 be approved as circulated. Oh, sorry.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Excuse me. All in favor of the minutes being passed, show of hands, and the minutes are approved. Councillor Mancini.
Also test 17.2. That the Halifax Regional Council, one, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 20th, 2026, and two, release the private and confidential report dated January 20th, 2026 to the public once the conditions as outlined in the report have been met.
A show of hands, all in favor?
So, we had to do the machine on these. It's only the minutes we do the hands, Mr. Mayor.
We want to go so quickly sometimes, don't we? I wish we would do all the same, like one or the other.
I have a question.
Okay.
I don't
Yep. So 17.2 will go into camera.
Do we have a motion to go on camera, please?
No. I have the other ones I'm going to test too.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
I'll test 17.3. That the Halifax Regional outline in the private and confidential report dated January 15, 2026. And two, direct the private and confidential report dated January 15, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Councillor White.
And 17.4 has been deferred, so I'll test council on 17.5 that the Halifax Regional Council, one, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 21st, 2026, and two, direct the private and confidential report dated January 21st, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Deagle Gammon. We'll go to the vote. Motion carries. Keep going.
So my understanding, 17.6 and 17.7, there's an interest to discuss in camera. From other.
I see.
Yep,
I
yep,
see at least one nodding head. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And for 17, so I will test council on the last one, 17.8. I assume that I don't have it in front of me. Adopt the recommendations outlined in the private confidential report dated January 23rd, 2026, and direct the private. Oh, you said 17.6, 17.
So which one can we put back onto the test? Don't offer.
I don't mean to take.
Okay, so can we
I don't
test
mean to take the chair.
17.7?
17.6, you 17.6, 17.7, 17.8 all have to go in camera.
No, she released 17.7.
Do it.
So try, test 17.7.
So I want to read
please.
that one, 17.7?
And why? Why? Motion to go in camera, please. Councillor Purdy, seconded by Councillor St. Amand. Let's just give a moment for the clerks to prepare the room, and we'll resume with 17.6. 17.2. So we have 17. 17.2. 17.6.
We're on 17-2.
We got 4 to deal with.
That's all right. Still hopefully keep it.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So I'm going to go by memory on who asked for what to be taken off of in camera, and I think it was Council. Oh, we're getting a police hold. Do you think we just go ahead anyway, or? Okay, so we're back. Excellent. Good. All right. Councillor Cleary, it's my recollection. Oh, 17.2 is yours. Okay, Councillor Mancini, would you please?
Mike here. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following motion on the floor, 17.2, that the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 20, 2026. And 2, release the private and confidential report dated January 2026 to the public once the conditions as outlined in the report have been met. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. And questions called. Okay, the motion carries. And then I believe it was Councillor Deagle Gammon who was on 17.6.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Move that the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 26, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated January 26, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Steele. We'll go to the vote.
Question?
And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And I believe 17.7 was Councillor Steele. Does that sound right? Who? Councillor Cleary for 17.7, if you don't mind.
What's the public motion for that one? I don't have it. It
Does,
hasn't been added.
does someone who has it wish to table it or wish to ratify it? It's on the main agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 26, 2026, and direct that the private and confidential report dated January 26, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Hartling. Questions called? Motion carries, and I believe 17.8 was Councillor Deagle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated January 23rd, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated January 23rd, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Hartling. Questions called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much, colleagues. This brings us to 15.4.1, members of council. Councillor Purdy and Councillor Deagle-Gammon requests for provincial action on strengthening dog policies. Who would like to table the motion? Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. Yes, so this is a joint motion there with Councillor Deagle-Gammon. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to request the Mayor write a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, John A. MacDonald, by the end of the day, February 24th, urging consideration of strengthened policies regarding dangerous animals, including 1, transferring dangerous dog legislation to the provincial level, or mandating interjurisdictional communication on animal control to prevent relocation of dangerous dogs between municipalities. 2, providing authority for immediate seizure of animals following a serious attack to ensure public safety during investigations. And 3, implementing stronger preventative measures, including higher penalties for owners who fail to control their dogs.
Seconded by Councillor Deagle-Gammon. And would you like to, anyone like to say some more?
Yeah, sorry. So thank you. So this came from a few different reasons. First being at our November 18th Regional Council meeting, a local family from Councillor Deagle-Gammon's district came and shared their experience of a terrifying dog attack. And the mother made some reasonable requests. So that's where this comes from. I thought these are reasonable requests. The second reason was the horrific, tragic death of the boy in I think it was Welshtown, Nova Scotia. That happened at the beginning of this month. Very tragic. And the third reason, which has been an ongoing reason since the beginning of my first term, is just the unhappy residents who have been attacked by dogs, or their pets have been attacked by dogs, and just no one has been happy with the resolution. Not one resident has been happy with how HRM handles this, and they do not feel protected, they do not feel safe, and they don't feel like the system provides what they need. So I do have a picture here that we've been given permission to give. This is one of the residents that have been attacked by a pit bull, a XL pit bull in my district. And I just want to read a little bit for the public record here. When this had happened, a fine is nothing. The consequences of these attacks needs to be increased. It has impacted my family's mental health. We've not been able to walk on our street in fear of something may happen, and we see and hear this dog bark every day. And I heard from neighbors around this dog. This is a terrifying dog. They're all scared of it. What will it take for the consequences to increase? Hurt or kill a child? If one of my children were with me that evening, as they usually are, they would not be here today. We all know many people in our neighborhood who refuse to walk. In closing, just jumping down to the last, it is important that we sit down and think, if this were you that got attacked by the most dangerous dog on the planet across the street from your home, and were informed over 3 weeks later that the owner got a fine and was told it shouldn't happen again, how would you feel? So things like that happen time and time again is the reason why this motion is coming today. And I know that we do have legislative ability for some of these things already, but I want a report on why we're not doing it and what it will take to do it, to do stronger penalties. One of the things I hear over and over again is removing dogs. And we heard that from the mother who spoke here on November 18th. It's terrifying to have a dog that has attacked you or your children remain while the investigation is ongoing. There should be immediate removal of serious attacks. So I hope you consider supporting this staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the family that came, Mayor, you and I were able to present the Carnegie Medal for heroism to them, and that was Trish and Alex Monroe. And, we do have, like animal bylaws. What their experience has really been that even though we have that, following through on it has been such a hardship. And what the victims of a dog attack have to endure is really uncomfortable, and it shouldn't have to happen. This particular family The kids didn't want to be outside waiting for the school bus, right? They were afraid to go outside without a parent in their own yard. I know Councillor Morse and I have had many conversations about dog attacks over even the first term that we were here. And so this, I guess the other thing too is it feels like the burden of proof is on the victim. And that is what is the challenging piece of what we have in terms of our bylaws right now. In the Monroe family situation, the dog got transferred to, the family transferred the dog to another municipality, and the other municipality didn't know that a dangerous dog was going to be there. But it was the family that did it. We didn't ask them to transfer the dog. We didn't do anything. You know, I have a dog. I love Charlie to death. But if I wasn't a responsible pet owner, and if my dog did something like that, I would have an expectation, right, that something would be done differently than what has been the Monroe's experience. And so when Trish and Alex came here and spoke and said, here's the 3 things that I want you guys to consider, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. And so that's why I don't think that this motion here is an unreasonable ask for council to say yes. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you. Very happy to see this fully supported. I did ask for an increase in fines a few years ago, and we didn't get very far with that, so I hope we get further this time. I think there is more we can do. In my district, what happened was 3 mastiffs attacked a 14-year-old girl, and she was she was injured, but not seriously, because someone actually got out of their car, jumped out of their car, and stopped the attack at some injury to herself, the person who rescued the girl. And then those dogs were released to their owner and spent a few months in a basement without being exercised, and then they got out again and attacked a different 14-year-old girl later on. So, I really don't think that what we have in place now is adequate, and I'm really glad to see this, and I hope we get further this time. Thank you.
Councillor Kent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep it short. I certainly support this. I think that it's overdue. It is, I hear about it probably at least a couple of times a year around there's been an incident. Now, the challenge will be some of the definitions when you say serious attacks. Well, any attack, in my opinion, is serious enough. But what does that then mean in the way of consequences? Perhaps, I think that Councillor Hensby would recall a huge public debate around dog specific kinds of measures, bannings and such like that, and it's a complicated conversation that will be had in the public, I suspect. So just to be aware, this could very well expand into some areas that you may be uncomfortable with, but at the same time, I don't think we can ignore this at all, and I really appreciate the councillors who have brought it forward. I think it's, again, it's well overdue, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you very much. There are no more speakers. Question's been called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. 15.4.2, Councillor Steele, African Nova Scotian Affirmation. Councillor Steele, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read the motion first, and then I'll speak to why I'm bringing it forward. That Halifax Regional Council waives Section 17 of Administrative Order 1, requiring a staff report from the Chief Administrative Officer to include an African Nova Scotia affirmation at Regional Council and committee meetings during African Nova Scotia Month in February 2026. And 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report regarding Administrative Order 1 to include an affirmation of the contributions of African Nova Scotians to Mi'kma'ki at Regional Council and committee meetings. Thank you. I'd like to just speak to it briefly. I know we're very tight for time. February, we're moving into February, which is Black History Month in Canada, and also African Nova Scotian Month in Nova Scotia. I know as a former federal public servant, we always made sure we acknowledged the contributions of Black Nova Scotians in many of our senior meetings, and particularly during Black History Month. And I know I, as a Nova Scotia or Atlantic Canadian public servant, I always made sure in our senior meetings that we did an acknowledgement. So I felt it was important that Halifax Regional Council consider this. I just would like to assure everyone this in no way will replace other acknowledgements such as our official land acknowledgement. Halifax is fortunate to have a number of historic Black communities. We have the historic community of Beachville, which is in my district, but we also have the Prestons, Hammonds Plains, and a number of other key communities. Lucasville, how could I forget, John? And I also want to say that I know sometimes there's some cynicism about these recognitions, but an African Nova Scotian affirmation, it represents just one way of recognizing the resistance, resilience, creativity, and spirituality and hope that has shaped our families and our communities and this municipality, province, and our great country of Canada. The other point I want to make is this is just a starting point, and when we do these affirmations, we need to do them very seriously and with intent. So the other point as well is an affirmation can cause us all to learn about the history of our African Nova Scotian communities here. So with that, what I hope is that we'll accept the motion to begin doing the affirmation in February of 2026, and I suggested an affirmation that would be added to the Indigenous affirmation. We also recognize that African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose histories, legacies, and contributions have enriched the part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. And then the other part is waiting for a staff report to change the administrative order to permit this to be an ongoing part of our regional council meetings and our standing committee meetings. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hinch, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Janet for bringing this forward. It's long overdue as far as I'm concerned, and I hope that you all support this. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, what's your pleasure? Question is called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will go to 15.4.3, Councillor Hartling, Community Integration Fund, Goodwood Beautification Initiative. Floor is yours, Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be so super quick. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report for allocation of a portion of the former District 11 Community Integration Fund, now District 13, for a community beautification program in Goodwood. This is more or less just a housekeeping motion. If you read the contents of the motion, I guess it is required that council vote and understand on paper that it exists, that the funds will be delivered to the PRRA, the Prospect Road Recreation Association. They will be the recipients of the fund. So thank you very much. Question?
Question has been called. And the motion carries. Thank you very much for that. And we'll move to 15.4.4, Councillor Hartling, review of blasting and grading bylaws. Councillor Hartling.
Again, I'll be quick. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report a staff report after a review of bylaws B600 and G200 that includes an evaluation of the overall effectiveness of both bylaws in achieving their intended policy goals, a summary of the number and nature of resident complaints received in relation to these bylaws over a reasonable time frame, a comparison of enforcement outcomes versus volume of complaints, and recommendations for potential amendments, repeals, or enhancements to improve the efficiency and clarity of said bylaws. I will speak. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Janet. I will speak very quickly to this, specifically around the grading bylaw, G200. Over the course of, my year and something on council, I have now had 4, I think, maybe even 5 complaints around grading. And the current bylaw, G200, only applies to properties that are greater than half a hectare, and a lot of these homes don't apply. So while I don't know that it makes sense to make an amendment or change the bylaw, I'm simply just asking the question, how many complaints are we getting? Because I feel like I'm fielding an awful lot. Is now the right time to revisit that? And then specifically around the blasting bylaw B600, I understand that Councillor Steele already has a motion out related to blasting. My feedback about B600 is that they are required to get a grading permit regardless of the size of the plot of land that they are blasting, right? So regardless of the size of it, even if there is no grading requirement for the construction or anything like that, a grading permit is required for the blasting piece, and it doesn't always make sense. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no names on the list, shall we have the questions called? And the motion carries. Very good. This brings us to item 18.1, Councillor Deagle-Gammon, establishment of HRM Comfort Center policy. Councillor Deagle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that, I'll put the motion on the floor, that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to develop a municipal comfort center policy to support consistent, cost-effective, and efficient identification, administration, and activation of comfort centers throughout the municipality. Thank you, Councillor Saint-Amand. So right now what we do is we have a procedure, but we don't have a written policy. And right now conference centers that are opened are usually first HRM facilities. And there is, there's quite a procedure around that some people have an understanding of and some don't. But when you live in the rural part of the district, we have a lot of community centers and halls that they want to maybe open up because you don't have an HRM facility. And so understanding exactly what the criteria is and what needs to be met and the kind of training and who's going to staff a comfort center, those are the kinds of things that I think that we need to have a policy on. So, the outcome we're saying is just the creation of a report and a draft comfort center policy for the council's consideration. I've spoken with Rachel in our community safety office. They're actually already looking at this. So it'll be just great to have the policy for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hensby, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I can tell you that on the Eastern Shore, we have the Joint Emergency Management Team, and we've been doing this since Hurricane Juan. We've been developing and improving our community facilities, and we have a checklist in regards to what's required in a comfort center. The biggest thing is make sure it has power independency. Have a backup generator is critical, propane as a heating source, as well as access to accessibility. So those are some of the critical points, but we also have very good trained volunteers with our joint management team, and when it's called to order, they step up for the community. So I think trying to formalize a comfort center policy would be great, and to show the great work that we have been doing in our communities with the GEM teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morse, please.
Thank you. Really glad to see this. Would it only apply outside the urban service boundary, or are you talking about everywhere in HRM? Okay, that's great. I would like to see some discussion about communications around comfort centers, because I think people aren't always aware of where they are, and in an emergency it can be difficult to get the word out. So it would be better to, have a plan around communications for how that would be handled to make sure that people know where their comfort centers are in an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saint-Amand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Morse, hopefully that will wind up getting folded into the communications motion yet to come back to council. One of the things that I'm particularly interested in is that communication side, not just in the awareness of where our facilities are, but what the criteria is for enabling them. I think the public deserves to know what those criteria are and the criteria for what makes a comfort center a comfort center. I think it's an important part of the transparency in how we operate, and so I wholeheartedly support Councillor Deagle-Gammon's motion.
Thank you very much. And the question's called. And the motion carries. Very good. 18.2, Councillor White, residents versus citizens in the HRM mission statement. Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll read the motion that Halifax Regional Council waive Section 17 of Administrative Order 1, requiring a staff report from the Chief Administrative Officer, and 2, direct the CAO to modify the wording of the HRM mission statement in the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan to replace our citizens with residents. Currently, it says we take pride in providing high-quality public service to benefit our residents. And the revision I'm asking for is we take pride in providing high-quality public service to benefit residents.
Seconded by Councillor Steele.
Yeah, this is just something I stumbled upon working on the CAO recruitment. It doesn't seem to match the rest of our strat plan. It's just something we didn't look at the time when we were doing our strat plan. It wasn't part of the scope of what we were changing, and I just think it's something that's the way we speak and is important to all of us. So I thought we'd bring it forward because it's a 4-year plan and wanted to get it right.
This question's called. Thank you. And the motion carries. Very good. Thank you. Colleagues, any notices of motion? Seeing none, I do have one. Oh, Councillor Mancini, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move a motion to rescind item 15.3.2, Part 1 and Part 2 from the November 12, 2024 Regional Council meeting, which requested a staff report as follows. That Halifax Regional Council, 1, direct Chief Administrative Officer to initiate a review of the municipality's current salt management plan guided by best practices of road salt management, and 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to investigate policy options for setbacks for new stormwater discharge locations into natural water bodies and consider options for naturalization and low-impact development features in existing stormwater discharge locations around priority lakes.
So noted. Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini. Colleagues, take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move the following motion: that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report and return to Council in June 2026 with recommendations on how the municipality can implement and deliver a pilot project of high occupancy vehicle lanes in current bus-only lanes to be prioritized based on impacts to transit, effectiveness, and feasibility on congested corridors in HRM. And colleagues, any other notices of motion? Seeing none, I think we did it. My goodness, we came together and got through this incredible agenda, and we still have time for a dinner. So let's have our evening recess. And I see a hand up, but Councillor Deagle-Gammon? Yeah, the public hearing on the noise exemption is at 6, and that will be followed immediately by the public consultation on the budget. Yeah, thank you. And we are recessed.